The Last of Us is considered one of the greatest games ever made. When it launched in 2013, it was met with universal acclaim, and quickly became loved by the audience. In the years afterwards, its influence would be felt across the medium. The Last of Us wasn't the first game to be praised for its storytelling, but it is a title whose story began to change perceptions around the hobby, becoming known as one of the greatest stories ever told in gaming, defying the preconception that video games are for kids, and aren't meant to be taken too seriously. It tackled topics in a manner that I had never seen in gaming before. It's a story so beloved that it has been adapted into a TV show, remastered for PS4, and given a remake on PS5, which is where I have captured all the footage for this video. In addition to this, it has also received a sequel that by some is considered controversial, but beloved by others, and considered the most awarded game of all time, while the original title is now the 4th most awarded game of all time, and at the time of its release in 2013, the most awarded game of all time. In 2023, The Last of Us had entered the public consciousness to a degree that it never had before, with many considering the franchise oversaturated, having been released on 3 separate PlayStation consoles, with there only being 2 entries in the franchise but 5 releases. It has hung around longer with 2 games than most series do with an entire trilogy. Since the franchise has been ongoing at this point for over a decade, the audience hasn't had time to miss it and ponder the complete story. The Last of Us receiving a remake was very contentious among the gaming community, with many posing the question, why would you remake this? When you put into perspective that there's 9 years and 2 consoles in between the original release and the remake, it becomes a lot more acceptable. Tomb Raider received a remake for its 10th anniversary. Metal Gear Solid received a remake before it was 10 years old. The jump in graphical fidelity between The Last of Us and Uncharted 4 is massive, and I think it really benefited from a graphical facelift. The line between remaster and remake is one that becomes ever blurrier. Straley and Druckmann's The Last of Us is a game that means a lot to me. This was the first Naughty Dog title I had ever played. When I first engaged with it, I was of a similar age to Ellie, which made it easy to relate to her and quickly become enamored in the world that was being built right in front of me. It wasn't afraid to take time and build the game's characters, placing an emphasis upon their relationship and delving into what makes each one compelling. Every character presented on this journey is 3-dimensional. You can easily understand why all of them act as they do. Many would consider Straley and Druckmann's The Last of Us to be a defining title of the 2010s, and Naughty Dog's magnum opus. In this video, I aim to break down the entirety of The Last of Us, minus Left Behind, which will be receiving its own video. The key things that will be discussed include themes, symbolism, gameplay, and world design, all broken down by chapter. In the description of this video, you will find a series of timestamps for the various chapters of the game. This is for the sake of convenience, as this is a long video, and I don't expect it to be all watched in one sitting. This way, it just makes it as easy as possible for you, the audience, providing a clean break to leave and go do something else before eventually coming back at your own leisure. Now, with all that said, let's get into the meat of the video. The title screen of The Last of Us is naturally one of the first things the player will be greeted to about the game. A title screen can do a lot of things, but most of the time it is generally just viewed as a barrier between the player and the game, generally used to set expectations for the player. Some games merely opt for a static image of the game's cover art, with maybe a logo. Others, like this game, may use it to tell a story. The title screen is very simple. It doesn't need to convey that you're playing The Last of Us by greeting the player to a logo, or showing the player a CGI trailer that introduces the core ideas of the game. Instead, it opts for a cleaner approach, which could be argued is now iconic. Initially, the title screen is just a window upon booting up the game. There is a lot more symbolism attached to a window than one might anticipate. A window can represent many things, such as unique perspectives, freedom, escape, and the desire to experience new things, all of which are pertinent to this game. A massive aspect of the title screen that helps build the world is the white noise that permeates the background. It isn't just a musical theme that dominates to set the tone. It's aided by the sounds of the environment surrounding that window. The sounds of the wind and the world outside that breathe life into the title screen, which helps create this feeling of the window being our first glimpse into the world of The Last of Us. The theme, All Gone Seasons, that is utilized in the title screen initially evokes two feelings from its instruments, one of sadness and one of suspense. The stringed instruments are rather somber and create this feeling of regret, while the other instruments invoke a degree of softness, which together create this feeling of hopefulness. To me, the stringed instruments obviously represent Joel, in part because of their harsher nature, while the other parts of the theme are more in line with Ellie and her softer nature at the start of the game. This is a title that you can only experience for the first time once, and the impression it leaves from its first moments is indeed memorable. The biggest thing that I like to believe about the title screen is that it symbolizes the journey you are about to embark on. This will wrap back around towards the end of the video. The hometown chapter of The Last of Us is one of the most memorable opening chapters in gaming. It leaves a lasting impression upon the player, effectively setting the tone for the entire game, and establishing that there are no lines in this story that Naughty Dog are unwilling to cross. Hometown begins in a setting that many can find familiar and relate to. Its more domestic setting helps to ease the player into the world of The Last of Us. It starts with Joel as simply a father, who is struggling to make a living and support his daughter. By immediately grounding the reality of this world to be much like our own, it makes the events that will unfold this chapter all the more believable. From its first shot of Sarah, the story cements family as one of its core themes, a theme that will be explored in this chapter through the relationship between Joel and Sarah, while the following chapters will tackle this through not just Joel and Ellie's relationship, but Bill and Frank's, Ellie and Marlene's, Tommy and Maria's, and Sam and Henry's, with it posing the question of how far a single person will go to protect someone they love, and if they did lose that person, how will it affect them? Within minutes of starting the game, it manages to establish Joel's life before Outbreak Day. He works in construction and lives with his daughter Sarah. He is very close with his daughter. The relationship is quickly endeared to the player with the reveal it's Joel's birthday, and Sarah has a gift for him, a watch. The watch being given by Sarah immediately cements this item as a symbol of their relationship, a perpetual reminder of his daughter. This watch represents Sarah. Anytime Joel touches this watch throughout the game, it conveys that he is thinking of Sarah. In a nice moment of foreshadowing, Joel jokes that the watch is broken, something that becomes reality at the very end of this chapter. So every scene with these two characters becomes really important to the overall story, as the connection between these two characters is as important to the game as the relationship between Joel and Ellie. In around 20 minutes of time, it needs to make the player care about both Joel and Sarah. If you don't care about Sarah before the end of Hometown, the chapter's conclusion falls flat, and that has an impact upon how you feel about the rest of the game afterwards, as Sarah and Joel's grief over her forms the basis of his arc throughout the subsequent chapters. While Sarah is only physically in one chapter of the game, her presence looms over the entirety of the adventure. By establishing the man that Joel was at the start of the game, it makes his fall and subsequent redemption throughout the story all the more compelling, because you have seen this character at the highest of highs and the lowest of lows. By the time Sarah has been put to bed, the player is already invested in these two characters. Now that the player has been eased into the familiarity of this setting, it's time to rip the rug out from under the player, and establish how the world devolves into what we will see in the game's second chapter, 20 years later. Sarah awakes in confusion because of a frantic call from Joel's brother Tommy. Joel is gone. We're all alone. This prompts the player to explore the house and search for Joel. Having the player embody Sarah in this opening section is meant to make the player feel vulnerable. You quickly empathize with her. Both Sarah and the player are learning what is unfolding at the same time. There is a connection established simply because you're playing as her. In Sarah's room, there is a stuffed giraffe. Giraffes represent innocence. By showing that Sarah owns a stuffed giraffe, it establishes her as a character that is associated with innocence. When the player is given control, it quickly becomes apparent that you aren't guided towards the next objective in a way that would have been considered typical in 2013. Information is conveyed diegetically, meaning that The Last of Us communicates crucial information to the player in a more natural way. There are no objective markers or a map that the player can rely on. Instead, the game uses different means, such as the environment, dialogue, notes that the player can find, and objects the player can freely manipulate, such as dumpsters, to guide the player. To this end, there is a newspaper in the bathroom. The hallway has two clear means that it utilizes to guide the player and communicate where they need to go. These are light and an ajar door. Light will naturally stick out as the setting is draped in darkness. The ajar door appeals to a sense of curiosity from within, leaving the player with questions such as what's behind that door and where does that go. Having light bleed through the ajar door will naturally catch the eye of the player and cause them to investigate. Entering the room provides a bit of exposition about the infection, that it heightens aggression, communicating yet again how it works just in case the player didn't visit the bathroom and read the newspaper. This newscast is interrupted by a series of explosions, setting the stage for the chaos that will unfold throughout the chapter. This escalation heightens the tension for the player. You're a vulnerable teenage girl, all alone as the world is ending, with an expectation that things are only going to get worse from here. This prompts the player to head downstairs. Yet again, light is used as one of the primary means to guide the player, before introducing the next means to guide the player, sound, which alerts them to check Joel's phone. Sound is one of the most important aspects of The Last of Us, which, as we will discuss a little later in 20 Years Later, forms a key part of gameplay and attracting the attention of the player. It's one of the easiest ways to prompt the player towards a specific action, or set a specific tone in an environment. This section in particular will utilize the barking dogs outside to achieve this, initially serving as a means to warn the player that conflict is coming, and Sarah is in imminent danger, alluding to the runner that the player will soon encounter. Danger that begins to rear its head as Joel finally reappears. The sense of insecurity brought about by recent events is heightened, as their neighbor Jimmy breaks through the glass door. Joel attempts to de-escalate the situation, but is left with no other choice. In an act that conveys Joel's loss of humanity, he murders his neighbor Jimmy to defend himself and Sarah, conveying that Joel will do anything to protect those he cares about, laying the foundation for many of the ruthless actions he will eventually undertake. Sarah has the reaction you would expect from a teenage girl. She's probably never dealt with death in this way before. She's just left in shock and disbelief. From her perspective, her neighbor just invaded her home, and in response, Joel needed to defend himself and what he holds precious. Her reaction pulls Joel back from cold-blooded murderer to protective father. This is the first step on his descent into darkness. Joel's arc is one of rediscovering his humanity and finding a purpose to survive that is greater than himself, finding hope in darkness. This altercation is the player's first exposure to the infected. It portrays that people lose control of themselves and become more animalistic in nature, slaves to the barest of instincts, trapped in a body with no control over their actions. Outside, Tommy is waiting. His character, in not just this sequence but the entire game, will be used to parallel and contrast Joel. Tommy has yet to lose his humanity. He's focused on trying to be a good person and doing the right thing, whereas Joel is already beginning to showcase a degree of detachment. He's not concerned about anything but the safety of his family, even if that safety requires unsavory actions. To this extent, that even involves shielding Sarah from the horrors of what is really happening. However, a car ride, which would normally be viewed as scenic, is instead used to convey just how chaotic this situation is becoming. This is communicated to the player by Lewis's farm, which is engulfed in flames, signaling the end of the comfortability afforded by the current world. The moment that best highlights this contrast between Tommy and Joel is when they pass the family on the road. Tommy wants to help them out, taking the compassionate route and showcasing his humanity, whereas Joel, who wins out in the end, wants to leave them behind and only worry about his family, communicating Joel's loss of humanity and focus on survival to the player. Chaos only begins to set in when they reach the highway. It is so populated with other cars that the bridge, a symbol of escape, becomes a battlefield where others must fight for survival. This adds a degree of realism to the game's events, as realistically this is how a situation like this would unfold. Everyone would try to leave at the same time, making it impossible to escape through traditional transportation routes. It's already been stated that the government is quarantining affected areas and shutting the exits, meaning that escape becomes much harder to accomplish. The government still thinks this can be isolated, and is not as big of an issue as it really is, when really, it is already too late. Joel's loss of humanity is yet again put on full display when they reach the bus that's blocking a large portion of the street. Joel is eager to escape, placing the survival of his family above all else, with him urging Tommy to disregard the lives of the people in front of them, while Tommy, yet again, attempts to cling to his humanity and not engage in senseless violence. His trepidation in this section showcases how Tommy is clinging to his humanity, while Joel is losing his, and becoming hardened by the world around him. It leaves Tommy with a moral question to ponder. How far is he willing to go for survival? Joel's influence over Tommy and the lengths he is willing to go to will be addressed much later in the video, specifically in the Tommy's Dam chapter. The car then flips in the chaos, and the player switches to Joel as Sarah is injured, tasking the player with carrying and protecting Sarah while escaping the chaos. When the player switches to Joel, it is to make them feel more secure. You feel a little safer as an adult in this situation. The player has just spent most of the game up to this point with Sarah. You're invested in this character's survival. At the cost of making yourself more vulnerable, you protect this girl. It evokes fatherly instincts from the player, as her life is quite literally in your hands. This sequence effectively portrays chaos and helplessness. The player has very little agency in the current environment. Effectively, the player is placed into a situation where the only place to run is forward, basically structuring this aspect of the chapter like a hallway to guide the player. Naughty Dog, however, made some really smart decisions in how they portray to the player where they are required to go. Your first instinct is to go towards the gas station, because up to this point, the game has taught you that if light is emanating from somewhere, that's where you're meant to go. But this is a bait and switch, as the gas station quickly becomes enveloped in flames and explodes, forcing the player to move right instead of forward or left, like the player was thinking. The unfolding chaos is utilized as a means to guide the player into specific places. Another explosion prevents the player from going towards the theater, yet again defying the expectation of "I'm meant to walk towards the light." The player is instead forced through an alleyway, where yet again the stakes are heightened, as runners surround the player through the fences. This is a method Naughty Dog will utilize quite a bit to convey fear to the player, and up the tension. To this end, Tommy will place the life of his family over his own, as he holds them off at a bar, to ensure that Joel and Sarah can safely escape. The run towards the highway is the point of hometown where the player feels the most helpless and vulnerable. There's nobody there to help you, and you can hear the runners approaching from behind. The only option left to the player is running, and that's intended to make you feel vulnerable. The presence of a soldier brings with it a sense of security, saving Joel and Sarah from an ever-worsening situation. This soldier representing security will play into Fedra in the game's next chapters, where the core theme of that faction is freedom versus security. We associate the military with a degree of safety, as they are charged with protecting people and bringing security to chaos. However, this newfound sense of security is subverted and turns hostile. This soldier is just doing his job. He has clearly been instructed to keep the area contained and not risk the infection spreading. You can tell that he is torn between wanting to do the right thing and having to follow orders. This encounter right here, in a sense, will mirror the conflict between Joel and Marlene later in the game. This soldier places duty over love, while Joel is placing love over duty. Joel's humanity is on full display as he tries to appeal to the soldier, but this doesn't work and he starts shooting, which causes both Joel and Sarah to fall. In what Joel believes to be his final moments, he tries to yet again appeal to the soldier's humanity, which buys him enough time to be rescued by Tommy. The presence of Tommy is one that brings with it a sense of relief. The player is left believing that this family is going to be fine. However, it's when he exclaims, "Oh no," that the player is immediately led to think the worst. The tone of his voice evokes worry from the viewer, with there only being one character that was off-screen the entire time, communicating that something must have happened to Sarah. The player already has a connection with Sarah simply because she is essentially the main character of this chapter, which causes this pivotal scene to really connect emotionally. Sarah's death is really hard to watch because of how emotional it is. It's a father in his daughter's final moments, needing to reassure her that everything will be okay, when he is quite aware that she is going to die. Sarah's reaction and the sounds she makes only cause this scene to feel more impactful. On subsequent playthroughs, I have realized when Joel is shot at, you can see that Sarah is injured. However, when I first played the game, I thought there was a bit of interpretation in this scene left up to the player. Was it the soldier's bullet that hit Sarah, or was it Tommy's from when he protected Joel? The fact you can see the moment of impact points to the former rather than the latter. But I always felt that if it was Tommy's bullet, it adds another layer of tragedy to Joel's descent into darkness. The icing on the cake is that the watch, gifted by Sarah, the one that represents their connection, was damaged. And you can see this when the soldier is about to execute Joel. It's such a small detail that effectively foreshadows that Sarah is about to die. The watch will now serve as a permanent reminder of the exact time of Sarah's death. What should have been a meaningful gift becomes a symbol of the worst moment of his life. From this point on, anytime Joel touches that watch, it portrays that he is thinking about Sarah, his role as a father, and how he failed to protect her. Troy Baker's masterful performance in this scene truly makes the player relate to Joel. It's so filled with emotion, as we watch Joel slowly come to terms with what has just happened, as he bargains with an unfair world that has just robbed him of everything. The Last of Us doesn't cut immediately after her death, instead leaving not just Joel, but the player to live in this moment. By forcing the player to experience death this early in such a vivid way, it leaves an impact, creating one of the game's most memorable moments. The death of Sarah marks the death of Joel's humanity. It is this formative experience for Joel as a character, one that effectively helps the player become invested in him, setting up where we pick up with him in the next chapter 20 years later. We've seen this character in his best moments, and now we've seen him at his worst, as the game will thoroughly explore how this moment shaped the rest of Joel's life and reinforced his violent tendencies. Throughout the game, we see the subject of Sarah broached, with Joel initially being very defensive, and every time we understand why. Her death cements that there is not a bright future ahead in this world. Children are the future, and now in Joel's eyes, there is effectively no future. This death begins one of the key themes that is explored in The Last of Us, the theme of loss. Every chapter will play with this theme in some way, be it through the physical death of a character or idea, or something more symbolic such as loss of humanity or loss of innocence. Killing the character of Sarah is such a bold move, because from the perspective of the viewer, child characters have a degree of immunity within a plot. Whenever a child character is in danger, the expectation is that the hero will save them. You're never expecting them to be killed off, and for the story to explore their loss to this degree, as it can oftentimes come off as tasteless if it isn't executed effectively. This death is sad because it's a young person who leaves the world far too early. This is something that can be very relatable, as it is a universal part of life that can happen to anyone at any moment. It sets the tone that no character is immune from death in the world of The Last of Us, and that there are no lines Naughty Dog are unwilling to cross in this story. It is on that note that Hometown concludes, and the story of The Last of Us truly begins. The opening credits are a rather iconic part of the game's identity, which at the time helped make the game feel more cinematic. In an era where graphical fidelity was not yet as lifelike as it has started to become in recent years, it made the game feel more premium, which is why I imagine when the game was adapted to TV, they heavily pulled from the iconography of the opening credits to create the show's intro. For many, a game being cinematic is a criticism, but for me, it makes the plot feel more immersive. These credits aren't just for show either, as they are used to convey crucial information to the player about the world we're about to explore, detailing specific events that occur in the gap between Hometown and 20 years later, effectively and succinctly showcasing the decline of society in less than 2 minutes, detailing events such as numerous failed vaccines, governance being taken away from the people and politicians, only to be given to the military, which any American would view as infringing upon their civil rights and their constitution, which in turn leads to the rise of the Fireflies as a response, to return power back to the people through civil war, guerrilla tactics, and questionable actions. When you're lost in the darkness, look for the light. This is a phrase that can essentially summarize the message of the game. How even in the worst situations, there can still be some good that comes from it. The Quarantine Zone is the second chapter of The Last of Us, and effectively our introduction to what the world has become after 20 years of living with the cordyceps infection. It continues the naming convention that began with the first chapter, Hometown, with each chapter being named after a location that Joel and/or Ellie visit throughout the story, like Bill's Town, Tommy's Dam, or the Lakeside Resort. The story begins in summer. The season of summer has many meanings within media, but it's a season that generally represents new beginnings, youth, innocence, freedom, exploration, and most important of all, growth. These are all things that are heavily prevalent throughout the first half of the game, which is set during summer. The game kicking off in summer is very emblematic of new beginnings. For the player, the Quarantine Zone is effectively a new beginning for the game. Joel has effectively built a new life for himself, which the player will become acquainted with throughout the chapter. Joel and Ellie will play into this theme, as both are separated from everything they knew, and forced to journey into an uncertain world filled with danger. A world that Joel is somewhat familiar with, but Ellie is naive to, as she has never left the walls of the Quarantine Zone, playing into another of the game's core themes, innocence, as we witness the harsh reality of this world reveal itself to Ellie, and take its toll upon her as she learns to survive. The Quarantine Zone begins with 20 years having passed, and Joel awaking from a nightmare. Just like the player, he is disoriented and not quite aware of what is happening. The years that have passed have clearly not been kind to Joel. Even now, the player can interpret that the loss of Sarah is still a very present thought on his mind. There is a noticeable shift in his behavior when compared to the prior chapter. Where the prior chapter opened to Sarah awaking in light, this chapter opens to Joel awaking in darkness. The darker and more worn appearance of Joel's environment adds to this feeling of hopelessness that he evokes. The softer character we were initially presented with in Hometown is instead replaced by a much rougher, battle-worn man that has seen everything and is sick of it. Very quickly, the player is introduced to Tess. As a character, she is very similar to Joel, and enables the pessimistic life he has built for himself. She doesn't pull him away from his harsher characterization and violent tendencies. Instead, she enables them, allowing the two to survive and make a living as smugglers. Tess is a character that mirrors Joel in the story as she quickly learns to find hope in this world again, finding something to live for that is greater than herself. A realization that Joel will come to throughout the game, as he stops lamenting what could have been and starts living for what is. Everything you need to know about their relationship is explained either outright or subtly in her introduction. This one scene, especially when Joel is tending to her injuries, implies sexual tension. There is enough there for the player to infer that something is going on between them, although the extent of this relationship is never outright stated, and instead mostly left up to the interpretation of the player. Tess's introduction serves to convey the main objective of the game's second chapter. Tess was jumped by Robert's men in an attempt to take her out. Robert wants to cement his place in Boston as the premier smuggler in this ongoing supply shortage. Joel and Tess very much stand in his way as competition. As Robert has done them dirty in the past, it sends the player across the zone to search for him, seek revenge, and recover owed merchandise. The Quarantine Zone is effectively a tutorial for the player that will introduce most of the core gameplay mechanics that carry through the rest of the game. The journey through the Boston Quarantine Zone serves to flesh out the surrounding environment, more specifically Joel's profession of smuggling, and how this industry operates in a post-apocalyptic world. It quickly cements the cold reality of living under military rule, curfews that are heavily enforced for the safety of the population, work duty that is forced upon the inhabitants of the zone, which in return means they get to continue living in the safety of its walls, frequent checkpoints that keep the zone secure to manage the comings and goings of the zone's population. This ties into the idea of freedom versus security, with it posing the question, are you willing to sacrifice your freedom for security? This idea goes deeper when the executions occurring on the street are taken into account. It conveys the autocratic nature of the quarantine zone. Human rights don't come before the safety and security of the zone. Fedra believes these people to be infected or potential fireflies. This is reminiscent of McCarthyism. McCarthyism was a campaign to spread fear about the influence of Russia and communist ideas in the 1950s. What is happening here is essentially the same thing. If you mention the fireflies around the wrong person, that could lead to you being disappeared. In a similar manner to how any mention of the wrong types of ideas in McCarthy-era America would cause you to be arrested and disappeared. This introduces the Fireflies as a controversial group within the world of The Last of Us. One of the things I appreciate about how this game presents Fedra and the Fireflies is that it leaves a lot of this up to the interpretation of the player. You can very easily view either group as being right or wrong, because they never outright give you the answer. Both groups have their positive and negative attributes. The Fireflies can easily be thought of as a terror organization, or a group of guerrilla fighters like the Viet Cong. Again, it's left up to the player to decide. These two groups yet again get into the idea of freedom versus security, as the Fireflies are fighting to restore the more conventional form of government that was present before the outbreak, whereas Fedra attempt to maintain what is currently in place, and preserve the status quo. It is then that we are formally introduced to the Fireflies. Their introduction prevents Joel and Tess from taking the conventional route through the checkpoint, presenting them as a disruptive force within the quarantine zone. One that is small, outgunned, desperate, and on the verge of losing. This disruption instead prompts the player through a smuggling route to reach Robert, introducing the game's first item, the medkit, which as expected can be used to heal the player and are craftable like a lot of the game's support items such as Molotov cocktails. The conversation that follows further builds the world, informing the player that the quarantine zone is a walled area. As expected, the wall is being used to both keep people in and infected out, serving as a symbol of security to those on the outside, but a symbol of oppression to those on the inside. The other important piece of information conveyed pertains to the Fireflies, establishing their leader as a woman named Marlene, while adding a degree of urgency to the player's search for Robert, as Marlene is also looking for Robert for an undisclosed reason, putting a question into the mind of the player. Why is she searching for Robert? The smuggler's route creates this feeling of ingenuity on the side of Boston's smugglers, as they have a clear system in place that makes use of the slowly decaying infrastructure to traverse the city, free from the eyes of Fedra, with there being people whose job it is to specifically monitor these routes and keep track of who is coming and going, ensuring that the routes are safe to use. Here the game will introduce a recurring mechanic that will evolve throughout the adventure. That is, pushable objects. As you can see here, this object is reasonably stationary, and requires two characters to move it. But as we get further into the game, Naughty Dog will evolve this to involve items like dumpsters and pianos that have physics tied to them. And as we'll see in the university section of the game, the puzzle gets a bit more complex and out of the box, with these objects also serving as a means to guide the player, generally denoting that the player will be moving on from the current location, and if they wish to explore, to do so now before moving forward. Puzzles in The Last of Us are generally associated with progressing through an area, commonly through the use of movable objects, such as ladders, dumpsters, and pallets. This is a fundamental aspect of solving puzzles in The Last of Us, with a lot of areas centering around communicating to the player where a specific object is required to go in order to progress. With this introduction, the utility of partner characters is displayed to the player. Companions have always had a degree of focus in Naughty Dog games, going as far back as Jack and Daxter, with them serving as a means to get into the playable character's head. A way to keep the player engaged without necessarily needing to push the story forward. One of the more memorable ways that the game will achieve this is through its optional conversations and interactions. These can range from small character moments that enhance characterization, to world building, or just one-off interactions which explore the relationship between characters. The first of these optional conversations that the player will be privy to is a flirty exchange between Joel and Tess. one that further engages the player's interest in their relationship, effectively alluding that there is an established dynamic here, and a lot of history that the player isn't aware of. It doesn't need to outright have these characters confess to each other, instead opting to leave it open to interpretation. The Last of Us places a larger degree of importance on its partner characters. They can help the player in dire situations, offering ammo, alerting the player to enemy locations, or even assisting in combat. These characters will be commonly used to guide the player through the world, and communicate when one area begins and another ends. In the game's outside area, after climbing up, the player will find the game's first Firefly pendant. These are found in every chapter during the game except Hometown. There's no reward for finding all of them, they are just collectibles. They are generally placed to illustrate how widespread the Fireflies and their influence is, or to showcase that things may not necessarily be going the way that the player thinks. As the player descends into the depths of the building, the motivations of Joel and Tess are revealed, and why they have been so hasty in their pursuit of Robert. Through a series of circumstances, he stole some guns from Joel and Tess. Guns that were almost certainly vital to their smuggling operation. They took a dive on those. It sets the tone that in the world of The Last of Us, you don't simply forgive and forget, you get even, illustrating that actions have consequences. In the same dialogue, the game also mentions the supplier of Joel and Tess, a man they trade with named Bill, one of the game's more memorable characters that will be receiving his own section later on. By name-dropping Bill this early, it serves to just grow the world beyond Boston, and build anticipation for what lies beyond its walls. As the player enters the depths of the building's lower floor, a major component of the game's hazardous environment is introduced: spores. Spores are one of the game's means of infection, requiring gas masks for the player to access these areas. It creates a degree of tension. The game places an immense amount of importance upon the gas masks, as they prevent Joel from becoming infected, which made it all the more surprising that there's really only one major combat area where gas masks are utilized, because it could place the player into a greater degree of vulnerability, where headshots have more value for both the enemies and the player. Spores occur when an infected person is at the end of their life. It causes the fungus that has been growing within the infected host to spread to the environment. It shows that in a similar manner to how humanity will adapt to the situations they are placed into, so too do the infected. To demonstrate how the spores work, the player is given a choice, and faced with a living example of the danger that they pose. There is a man trapped beneath debris in the tunnel. You can either leave him to turn, or shoot him. These are the two options presented to the player. I chose the latter option, because I felt that Joel would be more practical towards the situation, not wanting to put an unnecessary risk in this route in the event he needs to use it again. At this point in the game, we experience our first stealth encounter that is made up of 3 runners. This section serves as the tutorial for one of the game's major elements, being stealth-based gameplay. In The Last of Us, you can avoid a large majority of the fights if you are really careful and take your time. This makes higher difficulties like Survivor and Grounded into much easier experiences to navigate, as the player is given less resources to make it through the game in these higher difficulty settings. This section here is the first time that the player really gets to understand the limitation placed upon them. In Survivor or Grounded, the player doesn't have access to listen mode, meaning that you need to mainly utilize line of sight in stealth sequences a lot more than in lower difficulties. The HUD is also greatly reduced. Normally, in the bottom right hand corner, the player's health, selected weapon, available shivs, melee weapon, and a crafting indicator would be present. These are present purely to keep the player aware of what's available to them. The beauty of Grounded mode is that it strips these out, making awareness the responsibility of the player, and not a certainty that's guaranteed. Awareness is one of the key foundations of higher difficulties. It makes the game feel closer to reality. Grounded is the best way to play this series, as it really forces the player to engage with all aspects of the game. Runners require the player to stay out of their line of sight, and be quiet when moving near them. They will rush at the player if seen, making them one of the more ferocious enemy types in the game. Groups of these become frightening in Grounded mode, as you don't really have the tools at your disposal to necessarily deal with them in a head-on fight every time. The first thing that will stick out to the player about stealth is the degree of brutality that's associated with it. In most games, an emphasis isn't placed upon this. Assassin's Creed makes the process as quick as possible. Here in The Last of Us, stealth takedowns take a bit of time to occur, placing an emphasis upon the humanity of the target as you watch their life slip away. It's made much more intimate than other games, which makes it much harder to take part in. It's meant to make the player feel uncomfortable. In darker areas, the flashlight is the player's best friend. Grounded mode is all about making the player more aware. The flashlight plays a major role in this. This area features one of the first instances of environmental storytelling within The Last of Us. Through examining a note found within the building and the runners that the player just witnessed feasting, we can infer that there was a group waiting for the smuggler. They were at risk of detection by Fedra personnel, and ran into this nearby building to hide, unaware of the spores, leading to them all becoming infected. From this, we can assume the guy they were feasting upon was a smuggler. But that wasn't the only smuggler, as the guy whose mask was broken was also a smuggler, one that escaped but became trapped underneath debris. It presents a piece of storytelling that serves to provide a different perspective of the quarantine zone. All the information we have been given thus far has told us the quarantine zone is a terrible place to live. But to these people, it was a symbol of hope that could provide a better quality of life, touching yet again on the idea of freedom versus security. The quarantine zone is safe, but lacks freedom. Its authoritarian nature keeps the inside population safe from infection, and other dangers out, but at the cost of their freedom. Whereas outside the walls of the quarantine zone lies freedom, but at the cost of security. You can live outside the zone, but that's a life filled with dangers, ranging from raiders to infected. The section reaches a natural conclusion as the player reaches a hole in the wall that leads outside. If the player was careful in the prior stealth sequence, there may still be runners in that building that has been exited from. Making it outside does not immediately mean the player is safe, because if you start running outside, it will alert any surviving runners and they'll come after you. One aspect that I don't think gets talked about enough with The Last of Us is the world itself. Many buildings feel like they could topple if you breathe on them the wrong way. Large amounts of them reclaimed by the earth, covered in vines, grass, and populated with wildlife. It conveys to the player that life moves on. It adapts and learns to survive in unexpected circumstances. Large parts of the traversal puzzles tie into this, like how in this section, Joel will need to move a plank that forms a bridge to cross a floor that is caved in, forcing the player to use the environment to their advantage to adapt and survive. In keeping with the theme of adaptation, children have become spies and saboteurs in this new world, checking locations to make sure they're clear for unpermitted visitors, with ration cards as the primary form of currency. As the player walks through the market, it becomes clearer that Tess is the one with the major connections around the quarantine zone, not Joel. Everyone in the next area reacts to Tess and seemingly knows who she is, and her reputation, whereas with Joel, they seem to treat him as more of a stranger. Malik, for example, begins to act tough towards Joel, only to be called off when Tess shows up. This establishes a world that feels lived in. It doesn't need to outright tell everything to the player. It leaves things up to interpretation, and creates a world that feels like it continues beyond Joel. It makes him feel more like a normal person. A nearby poster provides the first look at Marlene. It's very detailed, indicating that we might see this character a bit later. The poster builds her reputation and establishes a level of importance for this character. Before entering the wharf, there is a conversation with an unnamed character that conveys the transactional nature of this world. Tess offers the man ration cards in exchange for information about Robert's whereabouts. It showcases that people are willing to sell information in exchange for bettering their own circumstances, showing the lengths a person will go to for themselves. This leads to the first combat encounter that's forced upon the player. There's no utility in how this situation can be handled. There's no option for stealth. The only option provided to the player is to fight. Tess is established as a woman who doesn't take anyone's crap. The minute Tess faces a bit of pushback from these men, she goes straight to murder. In a similar fashion to stealth, combat in The Last of Us showcases a degree of brutality. Every hit has weight behind it. Joel is very scrappy, and that shows especially in melee combat. Something that the combat manages to do really well is make the player feel powerful, without making the enemies feel weak. Enemies are just as capable of taking out the player and getting one up on them as the player is at doing the same to them. It is at times very Gears of War inspired, in the sense that cover forms a major aspect to firefights. But unlike Gears of War, the player doesn't snap to cover through the click of a button. It just happens naturally. Shooting in The Last of Us has never felt very good. What do I mean by this statement? The weapons themselves all feel great. They all sound and feel different to use. The player is able to feel the difference in kickback between a revolver and a shotgun. Naughty Dog have always excelled at gunplay that feels exquisite. However, Joel's aim in the game is intended to be bad. It's this way to make the player feel as though they're just a normal person trying to survive. It's not meant to feel polished like a lot of other games. The combat is how it is because of the age and skill set of the protagonist. Joel is just a normal dude. He's not trained by a group of assassins, and doesn't work for the government being deployed on missions. He's just a dude who aims to survive and has picked up a few tricks along the way. The combat purposefully feeling unpolished results in so much more tension whenever the player is thrown into combat. It gives the illusion that any fight could be Joel's last. At the end of every combat encounter, a bit of dialogue will trigger, letting you know that there's no more enemies and you can let your guard down. This section has two aspects to it, being a main combat sequence that we just completed and a stealth sequence. The stealth sequence that the player engages in serves as a tutorial for utilizing a few different mechanics. Mainly throwable items such as bricks and bottles, as well as shivs. Bricks and bottles I find to be the most useful item in the entire game. There is a degree of utility and versatility to them that makes hoarding them desirable. In stealth, bricks and bottles can be used to obfuscate your location to the enemy, luring them in a position so the player can either sneak past undetected or begin picking them off. Their application doesn't just end at stealth. If the player selects a brick or bottle and does a melee attack, it'll automatically be used to attack the enemy, and generally act as a one-use melee weapon. The player can also simply just throw these at enemies, which will stun them briefly, making them very susceptible to being taken out. Later in the game, we'll even see examples of throwable items being used in interesting ways, like to disable traps or break windows. These two, however, don't tend to recur anywhere near as much as the previously mentioned usages. Shivs serve two key purposes in The Last of Us. They allow for instant stealth kills. These occur much quicker than normally, but the catch is that shivs need to be found or crafted, which means on higher difficulties they are a luxury item. These are especially useful when it comes to clickers, as for Joel, they are required to stealthily take them out. This places the player into a very tough position of deciding whether to use a shiv to deal with a very annoyingly placed clicker versus using a firearm and creating a large amount of noise, potentially drawing in a larger group to the player. The other trade-off with the shivs that we'll explore a bit more later is that there's these things in the game called shiv doors that require a shiv to open, which adds an extra layer of decision making. Do I save my shivs for these doors, or do I use them on the clickers that are impeding my progress in this level? There are two artifacts that the player is able to find in this area before encountering Robert. These are a shipping manifest that details how Robert's recent shipment was essentially seized, and he had to bribe federal officials with 1/3 of the shipment in exchange for being let go. The other is a letter written by one of Robert's men, which details his disdain for Robert, and how working for him is going to wind up getting them killed because of Joel and Tess. It portrays to the player just how scary Joel and Tess can be. They clearly have a reputation and shouldn't be crossed. Immediately upon finding Robert, he is introduced as a very cowardly character that will do what is required to survive, no matter how slimy the action is. If it's benefiting him, it doesn't matter. With the appearance of Joel and Tess, he knows his survival is in danger. His actions have come back to bite him, and as a result, he seeks to run away and escape from Joel and Tess. Robert will run into an alleyway where he'll become trapped like an animal. The scared man that we were chasing moments ago is gone, replaced with one that is seemingly more reliable and easier to work with. It portrays that Robert is very duplicitous. He doesn't have a spine and will do or say whatever is necessary to live another day. He even tries to sweet talk his way out of the situation, to lure Joel and Tess into a moment of weakness so he can escape. But Tess was just 2 steps ahead of Robert. This scene cements that the world of The Last of Us is one with consequences. You can't screw someone over and easily get away with it. Second chances are hard to come by. Robert was put into a position where someone was going to get the short end of the stick. Either Joel and Tess, the Fireflies, or himself. Robert making this move sealed his fate. In his last moments, he yet again shows his true colours. He tries to set Joel and Tess against the Fireflies. They're weak. Surely the 3 of them together could take down the Fireflies and get the guns back. In any other game, the player would immediately expect that now we team up with Robert to get our guns back. But this isn't any other game. This is a world where survival is king, and Robert has proved that he's a threat to the survival of Joel and Tess, which costs him his life. Joel and Tess are so nonchalant in the aftermath of Robert's death that it becomes apparent to the player this is normal for them. They've lived like this for 20 years. No compassion, no care that they've taken a life. Instead, they shrug and essentially go, what's next? Joel and Tess still want those guns that they were owed and decide the next order of business is to find a Firefly. At this moment, Marlene, leader of the Fireflies, appears, injured and in search of Robert, who they just murdered. A clear conflict is quickly established. Marlene bought those firearms. She didn't know they were stolen. She's not just going to give them back, but she will let Joel and Tess work for them. Killing Robert is the little domino that sets the story into motion. If Joel and Tess had been so much as 10 minutes later to find Robert, Marlene would have found him first. He would have smuggled Ellie, and Joel would have never left Boston. He would have continued living the unsavory life he has led for the last 20 years, and remained stuck in place, never able to move forward, while the world around him continues to evolve. The Fedra soldiers are closing in on the hunt for Marlene, and by association, us. It adds a degree of urgency to this sequence. There's a feeling that at any moment you could be caught and the entire adventure would end. It leads to a less conventional route being taken to skirt the authorities and stay out of sight. This chapter effectively conveys the struggle that the Fireflies find themselves in. They're a resistance that is on the back foot, and losing the battle for independence that they started. Fedra seemingly understand this, and began taking measures to draw the remaining members out to end the conflict as swiftly as possible, to secure their control over Boston and make an example of the Fireflies. The Firefly pendants that we have found all around the city are emblematic of this. These are abundant all the way up to the Capitol building to illustrate that we're simply following in their footsteps. That many battles have been fought to secure a path for Ellie to reach the Capitol building. The Fireflies understood that Boston was a lost cause, and were going to abandon it, as there were greater priorities that had presented themselves. They found the means to create a cure. The cure could fix the world in a way the Fireflies have been trying to achieve for years, making all the fighting, sacrifices, and bloodshed worth it. Even injured, Marlene is portrayed as a very capable character. There's no greater demonstration of this than the ensuing stealth sequence. She's heavily injured and bleeding out, and even then, she's still able to help Joel take out Fedra soldiers that are in our way. The entire time, nobody has thought to ask Marlene what it is she wants smuggled out of the city. If it needs to leave with the Fireflies, it must be very important. Ellie is quickly introduced as a combative teenager. She attempts to attack Joel and Tess to protect Marlene. This quickly establishes that she is a fierce individual, one who is willing to take action to protect those she cares about. It manages to say a lot about what children experience growing up in this world. There's no permanence to any of their surroundings, which means they have to fight all the harder for those they do care about, which to a degree can result in loss of innocence. Ellie is characterized completely differently to Sarah, which makes a lot of sense as the environments that they grew up in are completely different. Sarah grew up in a home with a loving parental figure, whereas Ellie grew up in an orphanage feeling unwanted and sad. The player is meant to draw an implicit connection between Ellie and Sarah, as both characters are Joel's family. One that plunges Joel into an emotionally repressive state, and one that pulls him out of it, finally allowing him to heal. Ellie's introduction needs to accomplish a few different things. Mainly, introducing Ellie as a character and her relationship to Marlene. Ellie is portrayed to be loyal, as when Marlene conveys she is unable to go with her, Ellie becomes reluctant to leave. until she is reminded of what is at stake if she doesn't do this. It cements that there is a degree of importance to Ellie's existence, making sure the player and Ellie are equally aware of this. This interaction also serves to introduce a thread that will be picked up upon later. Joel's brother Tommy joined the Fireflies and eventually left. This is what would be called a Chekhov's gun. You don't mention a piece of information in a scene if it isn't going to eventually become important. You aren't going to mention Tommy and his connection to the Fireflies if it won't eventually result in meeting Tommy again. So plot-wise, while it's used to ease Ellie's fears, it's also used as a means to build the world and relationships between characters. This game will always generally establish two sets of goals for the player to work towards. A short-term goal for immediate fulfillment and a long-term goal to ultimately build to. In this instance, the short-term goal is get Ellie to the safe house, while the long-term goal is to reach the Capitol building and hand her off to the Fireflies. This is how the game ultimately entices you to keep playing. If you don't feel that sense of satisfaction and progression, you're more likely to drop off, because it doesn't feel like the game is actually going anywhere. We are now tasked with escorting Ellie to a nearby safe house, while Tess scopes out the reward for our efforts. Ellie is the co-lead in The Last of Us. Just like Sarah, she is a stand-in for the player. We don't know what to expect outside of the walls of the quarantine zone, just like Ellie. Everything she learns throughout the game, we are also learning for the first time, which makes it easier to identify with her. Ellie is very important to the story of this game. She represents both innocence and light in the eyes of Joel and the player. Every action we take is towards protecting her, and therefore protecting the little bit of innocence and light in this dark world. Hence Joel's hesitation towards giving her a firearm. In this initial meeting, Joel sees her as nothing more than cargo, just another job to be completed. He isn't interested in forming a connection, and is in fact quite dismissive of any of Ellie's attempts towards building a rapport. This demonstrates his hesitance towards moving past Sarah. He has spent the past 20 years wallowing in self-pity and building walls. Walls that he does not currently wish to begin tearing down. He doesn't want to replace Sarah, and as a result, this affects how he interacts with Ellie. This brief section introduces one of the game's most pivotal physics objects, the dumpster. This will be a recurring puzzle mechanic in the game that requires the player to move it to a specific spot, to climb up and reach the next area. You can tell that Naughty Dog put a lot of work into how the dumpster works and the physics associated with it, because of how much it will show up throughout the game. This is also prevalent with objects that spread fire, such as Molotov cocktails or the flamethrower. When the team puts a lot of work into something, they naturally want the player to engage with it as much as possible. After climbing up, we begin to pry and try to unravel the mystery that is Ellie. It's here that the game really begins to explore the depth of the relationship between Ellie and Marlene. Ellie views Marlene as a sort of surrogate mother figure. Marlene was tasked by Ellie's mother to look after her in her absence. In this world, it isn't very common for people to stick around long term, as it is a very dangerous environment, which makes any attachment formed by a child all the more precious. This further informs why Ellie was so protective of Marlene previously. She is currently the only family that Ellie has. In a sense, the loss of Ellie's mother can parallel Joel and the loss of his daughter, where eventually the two fill the roles that the other lacks. Joel fills the parental role that Ellie desperately needs, while Ellie fills the role of a connection for Joel that can allow him to open himself back up to the world again. The line, "Your watch is broken," is a callback to the events of Hometown, where Joel joked that the watch was broken. It's meant to draw a comparison from the audience between these two scenes. It is before leaving for the Capitol building that Ellie's naivety to the world is on full display. She's unaware of the world outside of Boston's walls, unaware of the reality she is about to be exposed to, and the long journey that is ahead. The Outskirts chapter is perhaps one of the game's most underrated, and concludes the Boston arc of the game, effectively cementing the dynamic that perseveres for much of the game. The player has one key goal to achieve in this chapter: get Ellie to the Capitol building. In a very meta sense, the game conveys this will take a few hours, which is relevant as it will take a few hours of gameplay to get her to the Capitol building. Outskirts begins with the introduction of a new mechanic, generators. These require the player to match the timing correctly when pulling the cord. Doing so 3 times in a row will cause the generator to start. In later sections of the game, generators will emit a foreboding presence. As is evidence here, they make a lot of noise. So in a section where there is a large amount of infected, it makes turning the generator on into the equivalent of firing a flare, alerting all nearby enemies to your location, thereby placing a target on the player. On lower difficulties, this is very manageable, but on higher difficulties, this becomes something to dread that requires a degree of planning on the side of the player. Beyond this first section that takes place within the quarantine zone, the rest of the chapter sees the player journey beyond its walls. Before leaving, the player can find a map that details the route the Fireflies were going to take when transporting Ellie, conveying the player's current location over near the wall, and a nearby checkpoint which is assumed to be the Capitol building. In this opening area exists a giant hole in the wall, which naturally begs the question, where does this lead? The answer? Outside. Marking the first time that Ellie and the player have journeyed beyond the walls of the quarantine zone. Ellie is in disbelief that she's really here. It's meant to make the player feel a little joyful, providing some needed levity in a serious situation. The Last of Us tends to use colour as a means to guide the player through a level. For instance, in this outside section, the colour yellow is very prominently displayed on the back of the truck. The same truck that has 2 ways the player can enter, heavily indicating that this is where you're required to go. As a consequence for entering this truck, the player is detained by some Fedra soldiers, who check whether they are infected. Ellie's stress is immediately very apparent. On a first playthrough, the player is likely to attribute this to the authoritative presence of Fedra, but upon reflection, it's because Ellie understands this could be where her story ends. Ellie understands she's infected but immune, a story that these Fedra personnel are very unlikely to believe, placing this 14-year-old girl into a position where if action isn't taken quickly, she's going to end up dead, which drives her to attack the soldiers. Ellie's own drive to survive saves Joel and Tess by forcing them into action. She has clearly never killed another person at this point in the story. Ellie was unaware her actions would lead to those soldiers being killed in the name of self-preservation. Leaving the walls of the quarantine zone doesn't just open Ellie up to the beauty that exists beyond Boston's walls, but also the reality of the outside world, cementing one of the game's key themes, loss of innocence, beginning Ellie's journey from naive child to competent survivor. In the aftermath of this encounter, Joel, Tess, and the player become aware that Ellie is infected. Joel and Tess initially react how the player would expect. The girl is infected. They go to give her the same treatment that was given to Robert earlier. The reality of Ellie's situation quickly unfolds before the player, making them aware that yes, Ellie was bitten, but she's immune to the infection. At this point in the game, her immunity is pretty nebulous. Just like Joel and Tess, we have very little to go on as to the truthfulness of this claim. Ellie could simply be lying to save herself. But the game so far has taught the player that people will do whatever is necessary to survive. All we know is that she's of great importance to the Fireflies, giving some validity to the claim of Ellie's immunity. In the aftermath of this reveal, the game transitions into a stealth sequence, tasking the player with escaping Fedra. This section does a good job of telegraphing to the player the route they need to take. Straight ahead is a wide open area, but there's no cover, and that's where all the soldiers are looking with their searchlights. These searchlights keep the player on the edge of their seats, as this is the main source of detection that the enemy has towards the player, naturally leading the player to take the path to the left, which has plenty of cover that can be used to slowly progress through the area. Taking the left path essentially funnels the player into a straight line of where they need to go. The constant presence of Fedra soldiers makes this section tense, as it becomes apparent that the player could be discovered at any second, and this would all be over. The presence of actual soldiers as opposed to searchlights instills in the player that they need to be even more careful in this sequence than in the previous one. The lights on their weapons indicate where they're looking, but something about the enemies being closer up keeps the player on edge. This trench-like area made up of a sewer system leads the player to a series of buildings. This area ups the ante even further by having the soldiers be closer to the player than the previous section. Now, the danger of detection is even greater, because you don't need to worry about just line of sight, but also noise. Making it to the end of this area allows the player to escape. With this enemy encounter finally coming to an end, the soldiers perched above finally walk away. The Last of Us makes it very clear when a combat encounter is finished, as the player or partner characters will start speaking, which immediately provides a sense of relief. As evidenced here, Tess tells Ellie, and therefore the player,
"Look, take a moment to catch your breath."
Indicating that there shouldn't be anything as intense as that previous encounter for a while. Exiting a gate makes it apparent this is the end of the sequence, as we resolve the conflict set up after exiting the quarantine zone. This scene serves to establish why Ellie is so important, and what the Fireflies are trying to achieve. The Fireflies have a secure lab set up where they are working towards a cure, and Ellie is the key to finding that cure. This is the first time in the game where we can see that Tess is beginning to change. This cynical woman that is concerned about survival that we've gotten to know is suddenly starting to believe in the Fireflies. A part of it, I suppose, is the sunk cost fallacy. They're already this far, they may as well take it the rest of the way. The other part of it is that this cynical woman could be starting to develop hope. The great cityscape outside the zone has a story of its own to tell. Its current state is not necessarily all caused by natural degradation of infrastructure. A line of dialogue establishes this, but a flyer that the player can find elaborates on it. There was a concerted effort from Fedra to destroy areas outside the zone, to manage the amount of infected outside its walls. The flyer paints the picture of people being forced to vacate areas like this, left with nowhere to go. Actions like this would only embolden the dislike of Fedra from affected individuals. What happened to anyone in these areas never said, but the likely answer, they became infected or became hunters. Areas like the quarantine zone perfectly encapsulate one of the best things in The Last of Us, the aesthetic and grandiosity of it. The imagery of man-made objects being retaken by nature is one of beauty. It shows how no matter what occurs between people, life keeps moving forward. Life doesn't just stop. I remember the first time I played this game on PS3, I was enamored with it and the sense of scale. The buildings in the background, even if you couldn't necessarily interact with them, served to build the grandiosity of areas like Boston, with every section feeling like a journey that was well fought to reach the conclusion of. The building that you have to traverse in this sequence added to this. You get to experience the world for what it is, like how the area slowly builds to a combat encounter by showcasing the Fedra soldier that has been recently murdered. This serves as a cue to the player that there will be enemies in this area. We can even find a clipboard that sheds some light on why the soldier was here. They were sent here on patrol to sweep the area and look for infected. They found two, and slowly, the group of soldiers were all rendered infected or killed in action. The soldier that we found the clipboard on was killed before he could be extracted. You will find the bodies of other soldiers throughout the building as you reach the top. This clipboard doesn't just tell a story, it sets an expectation for what we are about to encounter in this building. Further up the staircase, we are introduced to clickers, with Tess providing a brief explanation to Ellie and therefore the player as to how they work.
That's what years of inspection will do to you. So what, are they blind? Sort of. They see using sound.
Like bats?
Like bats. If you hear one clicking, you gotta hide. That's how they spot you.
This is another part of the slow build towards the combat sequence at the end of this section. It allows the player to imagine what an encounter with a clicker will be like, slowly building into the mind of the player that we will be seeing one sooner than later, before finally paying this off with a jump scare, introducing the ferocity of the clicker. The game in this section puts a lot of throwable items in front of the player, to indicate that these are about to be really useful, and tell the player they should grab a bottle or brick, because upon climbing up and entering the next section, you're treated to your first stealth sequence with a clicker. The game very quickly showcases the utility of throwable items, by putting an emphasis on Tess throwing a bottle, which attracts the attention of the clicker, showcasing to the player that this is a valid strategy for stealth. In terms of enemies, clickers are unsettling, terrifying even, especially so if they detect you, because when they get up close, they will immediately end you. They are the enemy type most sensitive to sound, meaning that you need to be careful when they're around. The sound of them clicking fills me with distress, just knowing that they could be around any corner. Clickers are especially dangerous in higher difficulties, since the only way to effectively deal with them in stealth is to use a shiv. But in Grounded, there is only a select number of shivs and resources that the player can use to craft them, forcing the player into a situation where they have to choose. Will I use my shiv on this clicker that's giving me trouble, or will I use it for a shiv door later on that will provide resources I can use to upgrade myself? Is the convenience of not having this clicker in the way worth potentially not being able to open a shiv door later on? This is a question you have to weigh up for yourself. After this section, the player is provided with a new weapon, a personal favourite, the revolver. I find that in higher difficulties, it is one of the more useful weapons, as it will generally end most enemies in one shot, making it the handgun equivalent of a rifle, but with better reload. This game, however, won't just give you a new weapon without an opportunity to test it out, which is why the group of infected that have been built up by the earlier note and the bodies throughout the building are right here. This area can get very overwhelming on higher difficulties, just because of the sheer number of infected in such a small area. There's a mixture of runners and clickers. The area serves two key purposes. Firstly, it lets the player test the revolver. Secondly, it forces the player to experiment a bit and see how an area with runners and clickers works. Making it through this will see the player transition to the next sequence, being the subway, where yet another tool is provided to the player, the Molotov cocktail. This item allows Naughty Dog to showcase how much work they put into fire physics in The Last of Us. As an item, it is one of the more powerful in the player's arsenal, as it can easily allow the player to take out multiple enemies in a single well-placed throw. The upcoming area is a stealth sequence. The subway features a number of shops the player can enter and explore, that are populated with both clickers and runners. Like with the revolver earlier, it serves as a means for the player to test the Molotov cocktail, of which was recently received. It also serves to play around a bit with sound. For instance, if you go to hop over a broken window, the shattered glass will make noise, and lure infected to your position. In the store to the left of the starting area, the player can find a note, which details a safe combination, as well as the location of the safe, being a bookstore that is located in this subway. If you go to the right side of the starting area, you can find a store containing the safe. Safes are an occasional mechanic that the player will encounter. You will always find the combination for a safe in the same chapter that the safe is found. Generally, it will always be found in a note somewhere nearby. They tend to contain resources such as bullets, supplements, and training manuals, making these safes quite rewarding to find and unlock. The end of this location is straight ahead from the starting area, and is marked by a ladder that the player boosts Tess up to retrieve, leading the player out from the darkness and back into the light. Confined spaces in The Last of Us come with a degree of stress, because you never really know what the game will throw at you, so anytime the game allows the player outside, it evokes a sense of relief. The current area places a great amount of emphasis on that truck, indicating that we need to get around it somehow, with the obvious answer being to find an object to climb up, putting to work the dumpster physics that Naughty Dog heavily worked on for this game, this time in the form of another everyday object. One of the notes the player can find gets more into the nitty-gritty details of how the infection works, reiterating various things that have already been established, like the two means of infection, lack of treatment, and diagnosis. But what this really gets into are the symptoms and how they progress, where the parasite travels to the brain within a 2-day period, slowly taking over the bodily functions of the host, with it initially influencing behavior, making the host more aggressive and violent, and slowly taking away control from them. Circumstances will cause the player to enter a nearby shed, where the game introduces one of its last major mechanics, the upgrade bench. The upgrade bench is used to upgrade the game's weapons. These weapons are upgraded with a resource called parts, which can be found lying around the world throughout the story. We also learn a little more about Ellie, where she discusses her past that will be covered by the Left Behind DLC, mainly how she became infected after sneaking into a mall. We do forget it sometimes, but she really is just a kid, and kids are prone to making mistakes, even in a zombie apocalypse. Opening a nearby door will lead the player to an old rundown museum, Like a lot of areas in this part of the city that we have encountered, it is in a state of disrepair, which becomes an important aspect of this area when it's used to separate the player from Tess and Ellie, with the only sound that the player is able to hear after being separated that of a clicker. The game pretty effectively guides the player to the next floor where Tess and Ellie are located. It's upon opening the door that we see Tess is in trouble. A runner has her in a vulnerable position. It's in this moment that she is bit, although the player is not made aware of this until reaching the Capitol building. The player isn't given much time to think about this moment, because we're immediately thrust into a combat sequence. It's only upon further playthroughs that it becomes apparent this is when it happened. In the aftermath of the museum, the player is able to engage in two optional conversations. One with Tess, where she's putting on a strong face, as she tries to hide her now fatal affliction. She is clearly reflecting upon her own mortality. The other conversation occurs with Ellie, and sees Joel ask if she's okay. I feel this is one of the first times in the game where Joel expresses emotion at another character, that is compassionate after the time skip. Him even asking if she's okay is a big step for him. From here, we traverse the rooftops, and Ellie and Joel share a small moment of bonding. It's a small character moment where the two just enjoy each other's company, and briefly discuss the beauty of what lies before them. In this scene, Joel smiles perhaps for the first time in the game since the hometown chapter. It's in this moment that I believe he truly started to begin to care about Ellie, even if he won't openly admit it. She's beginning to remind him of Sarah, which causes his smile to turn into a frown. We can tell that Joel was thinking about Sarah because he looks at his watch. The watch that serves as a symbol of his relationship with her, a constant reminder of the exact moment of Sarah's death. The Last of Us tends to use visual landmarks as a goalpost for the player, a visual goal that we are able to perceive and feel satisfaction as we get closer towards. This is evident in several parts of the game, like here with the Capitol building, or in Pittsburgh with the bridge. Visual reminders are a good method to encourage the player and keep them motivated. The sight of the Capitol building creates this sense of satisfaction. It feels like the long journey that we have been on to get here has been worth it. Reaching the Capitol building is this triumphant moment for the player. In the lead up to the Capitol building, Ellie expresses her gratitude for getting her here. Long-term goal achieved. The game is about to end, right? We hand off Ellie to the Fireflies, get our payment, and are on our way. If only it was so simple. Upon entering the Capitol building, the harsh realities of this world reveal themselves. Nothing is ever as simple as it initially seems, as the Fireflies charged with transporting Ellie have been murdered. The Fireflies in this game can be interpreted to represent hope. They are, after all, developing a cure that could save humanity. That's something that brings with it hope. Us finding the bodies of the Fireflies here in the Capitol building is symbolic of the death of hope. This is even more apparent very shortly, where it becomes clear that Tess has begun to place her hope into the Fireflies, that this cure could be successful, and she could potentially continue to live. As it's finally revealed,
she's infected.
This is the culmination of her character arc. Up to now, we've mostly seen Tess through the lens of self-interest. We need to find Robert for revenge. We need to transport Ellie in exchange for merchandise. Her becoming infected is the turning point from selfish to selfless.
Your arm. This was 3 weeks. I was bitten an hour ago and it's already worse. This is fucking real, Joel.
She finally understands that this is real. Ellie is immune. The Fireflies have effectively given her hope. Up to this point, we've viewed these characters as being experts at survival. They have effectively made it 20 years in this world. Tess being bitten comes as a bit of a shock. It turns the victory of reaching the Capitol building into a bitter defeat. We made it here, but at what cost? Joel doesn't feel any obligation to take this any further than the Capitol building. Up to this point, he has only looked towards survival. He is still involved out of self-interest rather than generosity. The quarantine zone is right there. He could, with a degree of difficulty, sneak back in and continue as if none of this ever happened. But because of his relationship to Tess, he feels indebted to carry this on, establishing the goal for the next third of the game. We have to get Ellie to Tommy, wherever he is. Now it becomes clear why they made such a point of setting up earlier that Tommy was a Firefly who left. It's here that Tess ultimately concludes her arc, as she is driven by hope in a hopeless situation, to sacrifice herself and buy Joel and Ellie time to escape from Fedra. Ellie will continue to be sorry about what happens to Tess and view it as her fault. This is, from our perspective, the first fatality on a journey that is defined by death. Death is a prevalent theme of this game, as we have already witnessed in Hometown with the death of Sarah, which begins the game, the death of Ellie's mother, which begins her life, and now the death of Tess. Where with the death of Sarah, I felt a sense of sadness. With the death of Tess, I feel a sense of hope and thankfulness. Her death pushes the journey forward as opposed to grinding it to a halt. The second level of the Capitol building allows us to witness the aftermath of Tess's sacrifice, as we can see her body on the floor as the Fedra officers clear the area. The Capitol building grants the player a new weapon to aid them on their adventure, the rifle, a slow but efficient weapon that allows the player to pick off targets from further away. It will generally only require one shot. There's 3 sections to this sequence, 2 of which take place in the Capitol building, while the final one occurs in the nearby subway. It's only after Tess has become infected that the game begins to truly showcase Ellie's immunity, by having her breathe in the spores that would make others infected. The beginning hours of the game leave it as questionable if she's actually immune or not. We're told she is, but are never provided outright proof that backs this up, outside of the bite supposedly being 3 weeks old. In the subway system, Ellie's inability to swim becomes rather important to the game, as this will become a recurring puzzle mechanism that the game employs, requiring the player to get her from one location to another across water through the use of generally a pallet, which allows Ellie to provide the player with access to that location. As occurs here, she drops the ladder. Before moving on from this location, you can find a note on a nearby soldier, who was taken care of by a stalker. It mentions that the guard was waiting for a man named Frank from a nearby town, who had been trading with another Fedra guard. Frank wanted to enter the quarantine zone, but never made it. Frank is a character who will become very important in the next chapter, Bill's Town. More on that later. The chapter concludes with a statement about Joel and his mindset towards loss. He lays down the law with Ellie. Joel's reaction towards Ellie mentioning Tess's death conveys that Joel doesn't take the time to properly process his emotions. He never has an opportunity to properly mourn for Tess, a woman that he was very close to. His reaction speaks to how he chooses to ignore a death, and act as though the person was never a part of his life. It speaks very much to Joel's mindset at this point of the story. He is essentially sleepwalking through life. His only concern is making it to the next day, with no purpose that drives Joel beyond survival. He would rather run away from his own grief than properly acknowledge it. This scene also serves to establish his current relationship with Ellie. He still doesn't view Ellie as an equal like he viewed Tess, instead treating her as a piece of cargo to be delivered. There is little to no trust in this relationship, but it is one that's mutually beneficial. It leaves plenty of room for the 2 characters to grow, leading into the game's next chapter, Bill's Town. Bill's Town is a chapter that leaves an impact upon the player. It's the first time we leave the giant cityscapes, and are presented with a more traditional suburb-like area. This change of scenery is most apparent at the beginning of the chapter, where we find ourselves in a forest. Ellie's naivety to the world around her is on full display, when she describes how she's never been in a forest before. This is something that, for the average player, they take for granted. When placing yourself into Ellie's shoes, this puts into perspective how the world of The Last of Us robs children of formative experiences, tying into the game's theme of loss of innocence. Because this world that they are growing up in is causing a need for children to grow up quicker than they should need to. When survival is the main objective, being a child gets put on the back burner. Loss of innocence is a very prevalent theme in this game, one that is used to convey the harsh reality of this world, which makes the small moments of joy that permeate the game all the more special. Like here, when Ellie encounters fireflies. It's a clear moment of joy for her, where she can forget reality and for a brief moment just enjoy being a kid. Ellie's innocence serves to effectively contrast Joel, a seasoned smuggler with the necessary skills to survive. He's been reluctantly thrust into this role as Ellie's protector. He could have gone back to Boston and let Marlene worry about getting Ellie to the Firefly Lab, but this would require Joel to sneak back into Boston, which is not easily accomplished. He's doing this because it is his duty to see it through, not because he necessarily wants to. Marlene was also heavily injured, and the odds of her surviving her injuries very low. The prior chapter set an expectation that we would be visiting a town. The natural conclusion from that is that it would be another settlement. This conclusion, however, is immediately defied, as the entry to the town is blocked. The cooperative settlement the player was expecting is clearly not expecting visitors, requiring the player to find another way around to enter. Luckily, there is a plank that the player can use to cross from a nearby roof. The Last of Us loves to turn exploration into a puzzle-solving opportunity. You place the plank against the building and then climb back up. Pick up the plank and place it so you can make your way across, where smoke is visible in the background to draw the player's attention to a nearby church, serving as the visual marker for this section that reminds the player which direction they need to go, communicating that by following the smoke, you'll find Bill. Upon entering Bill's town, one of the big things that will stick out to the player is the emptiness that continues to permeate throughout the town. There are seemingly no people to be found, only infected. This is touched on a bit later within the chapter through a note, but structurally it makes more sense to talk about it now. The town was evacuated and the people brought to a nearby quarantine zone. The writer of this note was a man named Ezra. He was waiting for his partner Rachel to return home, but before she could make it home, he was forced to evacuate, and as a result, left this note, hoping that it would lead to him reuniting with his love. This story can tie into the theme of survival. It puts into perspective how survival has torn apart relationships in this world. Ezra isn't even given the choice to try and stay for love, but is instead forced to leave for survival. It's very sad and has no resolution, leaving the player to wonder what became of these two separated lovers. Stories like these would be very common in this world, which makes them heartbreakingly relatable. In this very early part of the game, Joel offers little commentary or care for the subject mentioned within these notes. However, as the game proceeds and he begins to open up and heal, he will gradually begin to offer more sympathy and commentary towards the subjects of these notes. The deeper into town the player delves, the more unsettling it becomes. There is plenty of opportunities for exploration in its opening section. There are several buildings that the player can choose to investigate or outright ignore. One of the buildings is a restaurant that the player can explore, which will trigger an optional conversation with Ellie. She elaborates on a friend that she once had who knew everything about a game called The Turning. From its description, it's clearly inspired by Mortal Kombat. This dialogue alludes to the game's Left Behind DLC, where we'll meet Riley, the friend that she is tiptoeing around mentioning. It is the player's first hint that the stories of Joel and Ellie parallel each other to a deeper degree. The inciting incident of Joel's story is the death of Sarah, while the inciting incident of Ellie's is the death of Riley. Another building is a record store, where a line of dialogue will trigger from Ellie. She discusses the records that have been left to rot unloved, showcasing for the first time that Ellie has an interest in music, which we know Joel is also passionate about thanks to the hometown chapter, where you can see the guitar in his house. Music becomes a very important part of their relationship in part 2. The guitar is used as a mechanism to display Ellie's grief, with the guitar serving as her connection to Joel, which makes it all the more potent of a loss when Ellie loses 2 fingers, rendering her unable to play the guitar. And when she leaves it behind at the end of part 2's story, it shows that Ellie has processed her grief for Joel and let him go. The notes found in this early part of the chapter all allude to Bill and his habits, how he gathers supplies which he then trades with Joel and Tess. Bill's town is effectively a fortress, set up in a manner that is reflective of his mindset, in the same manner that his town is tightly guarded and protected by man-made walls and traps. The numerous traps serve as a warning system for infected, while actively deterring raiders and passerbys from entering the town. There's a clicker that's used to demonstrate this new hazard to the player. The player can get around the various traps with a well-placed throw of a brick or bottle that will set them off. These traps are frequent, which illustrates the danger of this town, and the lengths Bill will go to in order to keep himself safe. with this also tying into the theme of freedom versus security. This little town of Lincoln that Bill rules over is very secure for him, but at what cost? He does have the freedom to explore and leave whenever he wants, but is ultimately trapped in a monotonous cycle of repetitious actions, and oppressive traps to accomplish this. It's safety at the expense of human connection. Bill is an isolationist. He lives alone in this town and keeps away from people when he can. Bill is very similar to Joel and meant to parallel him. Joel has cut himself off emotionally from other people, but still has remained an active part of society, whereas Bill isolates from the outside world to protect himself from getting hurt by other people. He lives alone and views companionship as a weakness, which creates an interesting dynamic between Ellie and Bill that we will discuss more slightly later. While navigating the town, the player will find a new weapon, the bow and arrow. The bow is a very useful weapon as the arrows are retrievable, providing it a degree of utility in higher difficulties, where ammo is not as abundant. However, the arrow is only guaranteed to be retrievable if the player lands a headshot. Otherwise, there is a 50% chance of the arrow breaking. Finding this weapon triggers a conversation with Ellie, where she attempts to argue for some autonomy, that she should be given a weapon to defend herself and Joel. Joel clearly views her as a child and values her innocence, and as a result, will not let her have a weapon for a large part of the game. He sees her naivety and what the drive to survive does to a person, causing Joel to try and protect that aspect of Ellie for as long as possible. The other reason is that the relationship between Joel and Ellie hasn't reached a point where he trusts her with that responsibility. A firearm is a very powerful tool, with the ability to both give and take life. Ellie thus far has presented herself as naive. Joel is very familiar with the dangerous nature of firearms, and in his own way is just trying to protect Ellie by denying her a weapon. The game continues to prepare the player for Bill. Joel conveys more about his characterization to Ellie, with Joel describing him as unstable, which is as a result of Bill being alone in this town for extended periods of time, with no company but runners and clickers. If the player hadn't already figured out the guarded nature of Bill through how this town is layered in traps, Joel makes it very clear. Joel even unknowingly becomes entangled in one of Bill's traps, which renders the player immobile, while Ellie works on freeing Joel, setting the stage for a rather unique action sequence within the game. The player is only equipped with a revolver, which must be used to protect both yourself and Ellie. The revolver has infinite ammo, defying what the player has been taught about ammo up to this point, that it's precious and should be conserved if possible. A revolver with infinite ammo is very gamified, but results in making this section more fun to play. I imagine the choice to provide infinite ammo on the revolver was made to prevent the player from soft-locking themselves. This sequence will end with the introduction of Bill, who is showcased to be a very effective survivalist. He helps the player escape through the town as they are chased down by infected. It serves to defy the man that Bill has been verbally conveyed as up to this point, showcasing Bill as a protective figure with compassion, as opposed to a crazy, mistrusting isolationist. However, the sense of security provided by Bill quickly turns into conflict when he handcuffs Ellie to a nearby pipe and holds up Joel. Finally, the player's expectation of Bill is revealed to be reality. He does this to ensure that neither Joel or Ellie were bitten. This is Bill placing his security and safety over that of friendship and relationships. Bill's actions here effectively cause Ellie to despise him. The level of distrust shown towards her that begins here will cause conflict between the two throughout the remainder of our interactions with Bill. From Bill's perspective, he's justified in his actions. These two individuals have essentially invaded his home, set off his security system, and riled up the infected in the local radius. He's just taking steps to ensure his own security. Bill is a very sarcastic character. If you say something that he doesn't agree with, he will use sarcasm to mock you and make you feel small, often using it as a shield to hide his own pain. One of the more entertaining aspects of this chapter is the banter between Ellie and Bill. These two characters despise each other and will take any opportunity to take a shot at the other's expense. It's their similarities which cause them to not get along, with both using humor as a shield to hide their inner pain. The car that we've come this far to claim, Bill currently doesn't have. He's got some parts to construct one, but requires additional resources such as a working battery to get a running vehicle. Luckily for us, Bill conveys that there is a battery in a nearby school, establishing the new short-term goal for the player, retrieving the car battery. From here, the player will follow Bill towards his safe house, where he has a weapons stash. On the way there, Bill will continuously prod about Tess, not knowing that she is deceased. Joel is too guarded to ever outright acknowledge to Bill that Tess is gone, but I believe he ultimately figures it out. Bill says something in this chapter which provokes thought and speaks to his mindset.
You know, as bad as those things are, at least they're predictable. The normal people that scare me. You of all people should understand that.
What does that mean?
Nothing.
Bill is right. People are unpredictable. A part of that is emotion. Emotion and the need to survive will drive people to do things that they normally wouldn't. This is a statement that effectively rings true for the entire game. It can apply to the hunters, Sam and Henry, David, and even Joel himself, focusing on the lengths that people will go to survive or protect others that they care about. The infected may have had their humanity stripped from them against their will, but those who choose to survive are effectively choosing to sacrifice what makes them human, in the name of survival. It's also a statement that quickly elaborates on Bill's worldview about survival. How it is better to survive alone, how you don't need other people. Other people create problems. This is a view that Joel will push back on throughout the chapter, to showcase that it is in fact wrong. It further illustrates Bill's isolationist stance for survival. This line also serves as the first hint for Ellie about Joel's past, and the existence of Sarah. Further to this, Bill eventually presents a moment of vulnerability, letting down his metaphorical walls if only for a brief moment, where he shares his experiences having let someone in, only for things to sour, the person left, and shaped Bill's worldview that being alone is the best way to survive. It further cements the parallel between Joel and Bill. He is essentially Joel if instead of finding a connection like Tess after the loss of his daughter, he shut himself out from the world and wallowed in his pain. Reaching the safe house sees the player add a few more tools to their arsenal. The first of these is the shotgun. The shotgun is one of my favourite weapons to use in this game. It's a very powerful weapon, purely because of its spread, where if used carefully, it can take out multiple enemies at once. Part of what makes the shotgun fun to use is the level of power the player feels wielding it. The level of kickback is impactful, and makes every shot feel satisfying. The second of these is the nail bomb, which is a very destructive weapon to enemies. Enemies close to where it lands essentially become soup, whereas ones a little further away will still take damage, but be pushed back by the force of the explosion. The nail bomb becomes very useful in stealth situations, or areas where there are large groups of enemies all in one small area. The game will provide plenty of opportunities for the player to experiment with the nail bomb in the upcoming section as we approach the school. On the way to the school, the player can stumble upon one of the game's more impactful notes, located in a house not too far from the school. It details the events of the outbreak from the perspective of a child, who slowly becomes more bitter and accustomed to the reality of the world in front of him. For instance, it begins on October 4th, where the child is excited that this outbreak has caused the school to become closed indefinitely. It then details over the coming days the turmoil within his family, how his parents are fighting about whether to stay or move to be with other family members, only for those family members to pass away, before being forced to leave everything they have ever known, with the boy not being open to his father's reassurances that this will only be temporary. Little pieces of environmental storytelling like this in the form of notes really flesh out the world of The Last of Us, and make it feel lived in. Without delving into these notes, it's still a great game, but you miss a lot about the experience. In this same area, there's an optional conversation with Ellie, where she yet again expresses her lament over what happened with Tess, how this wasn't her intention, how she feels a degree of guilt about what happened, playing into the theme of survivor's guilt. Ellie has and will encounter a lot of people on this journey, many who end up losing their lives while she continues to live, which manifests itself in the form of survivor's guilt. This will be a long and perilous adventure. that is paved with death and sacrifice. We'll revisit the topic of Ellie and survivor's guilt much later on, because there's a lot to discuss about this and how it impacts her. Entering the school becomes a rather challenging experience on harder difficulties, as you are required to fight your way through a large number of clickers and runners, which can easily overwhelm the player. As much as I mention it throughout the video, this is part of the appeal of grounded mode. It can feel overwhelming at times, but that ends up making progression feel all the more satisfying. This section is meant to overwhelm the player. It serves the tone that has been set up to this point, that reaching this car battery could be a one-way trip. However, in a similar manner to the Capitol building, the expectation built by the game is subverted. We aren't met with a reward for our journey to reach this car battery. Instead, we are met with disappointment and a need to escape. It leaves the player with a few questions. Who took the car battery? Why did they take it? And what do we do now? Without giving the player time to think about any of these questions. We're so preoccupied with surviving the school and making it out alive that we never think twice about the car battery and what comes next. The true challenge the player will face is in the gym, in the form of a bloater. It is quite literally the biggest obstacle placed in front of the player. The bloater can be the most challenging aspect of this chapter on higher difficulties. If the player isn't aware that this encounter is coming, they may not have necessarily kept resources on hand to try and deal with it, and instead expended them getting to this point. The game's solution to this is to have runners also populate the gym. These provide both a challenge for the player to keep track of, and a means to gather more ammo to take on the bloater. The bloater has two main ways of confronting the player. This is by charging after them. If the bloater gets you, you're done. The other way is by throwing spores, adding yet another obstacle for the player to be aware of, as running into spores is fatal to Joel. Beating the bloater finally provides the means of escape we have been looking for, leaving through the window and in the alley, allowing Joel to exit through the window. There's a ladder already set up on a nearby fence. This is another clue that someone else has been here and used this exact route to escape. It's only now that the game finally addresses some of the questions that the player has been left with. We bet everything on getting that car battery, and leaving empty-handed serves to create conflict between Joel, Bill, and Ellie. The tension between these characters continues to escalate, until we're left in nothing but silence. Silence created by a body just hanging there. Bill knows this man. It's his partner that he was referring to earlier, who we now know as Frank. The same Frank that was looking for a way into the Boston quarantine zone, but never showed up. Frank chose to take his own life over losing his autonomy and becoming infected. Bill tries to hide his emotions over what has happened to Frank. He builds his walls, but it is apparent that this discovery is affecting him. The walls that he's built up aren't enough to cover up the fact that he cared about that man. The first time I played this game, it flew over my head that Bill is gay. I just took the game at face value. Oh, Bill and Frank were partners. They were just working together to survive. It wasn't until many years later that the depth of this relationship became apparent to me. How it's a clear story of two men who loved each other, but one is looking for something more in life, while the other is content with what they've already got. This longing for more from Frank eventually turns into resentment, which causes him to leave. Then, in an act of pettiness, he tries to steal the car battery, and becomes infected. He understood just how much Bill wanted that car battery, and how much more it would mean if he stole it, how much that would hurt Bill. Frank's longing for more is what eventually got him killed. This story firmly plays with the themes of resentment and revenge. As we will explore in The Last of Us Part 2, revenge is corrosive. If you let it consume you, it destroys all that it touches, salting the earth so that nothing will ever grow again. That is what the note and the story tells us. Frank's final act isn't one of happiness or joy, it's one of bitterness, written with the intent of hurting Bill. He never thought Bill would come for the battery. He's too concerned with his own survival and security. Bill's urge to build walls and keep himself secure destroyed his relationship with Frank. The note left by Frank serves as one last interaction to reinforce how Bill thought of him. You can tell that finding Frank in that state is affecting Bill before handing him the letter. Handing him the letter effectively changes Bill's perception of Frank. He tries to hide how this letter affects him by trying to denigrate Frank posthumously. but it's very apparent that this has left an impact upon him. The only good thing to come out of this situation is that Joel and Ellie now have a working car that merely requires a jump start. Before leaving this garage, there's another optional conversation the player can engage in with Ellie. This is a small moment between the two characters that shows how far their relationship has come in such a small time. It showcases Joel's fatherly instincts kicking in after many years. Ellie clearly feels like she has let Joel down because of what happened with Tess, which is why Joel reassuring her here is a big moment for the two. It shows that there's no animosity over what happened to Tess. Joel isn't holding this over her head. He has effectively moved on. We jumpstart the car and bid Bill farewell. This is a farewell that feels bittersweet. We've been through so much with Bill in such a short time. What feels like a weird friendship to us is nothing more than an obligation for Bill. It doesn't feel like we leave on bad terms with Bill, just that he's ready to be done with this. Where Joel took this experience and experienced a small amount of growth, Bill remained the same, doomed to forever isolate himself to this small town. Now, with a working car, Joel and Ellie can hit the road. Moments like this one in the car help endear the characters to the player. We are allowed to experience these characters in downtime when the stakes are lower, allowing Joel and Ellie to show a different side of themselves to the player, letting their personalities really shine. For instance, here, the game showcases Ellie's mischievous nature, as it becomes apparent that she stole a few items from Bill's town, including a comic book, a tape, and a magazine, which is used as a moment of levity to make Joel uncomfortable, which I found pretty funny. This is also the biggest hint that Bill is a gay character, which I somehow missed in 2014. And this is how the Bill's Town chapter of the game concludes. It was a journey fraught with ups and downs, quite literally and emotionally. A section with a lot of depth that I believe to be one of the game's most memorable. The Pittsburgh chapter opens with our two protagonists in their newly acquired car, arriving in the titular location. Alone and Forsaken by Hank Williams plays in the background. We can draw a parallel between the events that occur in The Last of Us and that song. In The Last of Us, the song, just like the game, occurs over 4 seasons. The seasons don't line up between the two, but the theme of the two is consistent, with the game beginning in summer while the song begins in spring. Alone and Forsaken is a song about Hank Williams looking back upon meeting his first love, and how over the 4 seasons that love withered away, leaving him isolated and alone. Which is similar to how in the ending of this game, Ellie leaves the journey having survived, but now no longer possessing the innocence she once had at the start of the adventure. Her relationship with Joel ultimately changed by the experience. We'll get more into this at the end of the Jackson chapter. One can also view Alone and Forsaken as being a song about finding purpose and meaning, which aligns with Joel's arc in the game. The song also foreshadows the situation that Joel and Ellie are soon to find themselves in. They will be alone and forsaken in this place that I can only describe as hell. It is overrun with hunters who control Pittsburgh, going after anyone who come through the area, stripping them of their resources and further empowering themselves. This early portion of the Pittsburgh section is my least favorite of the game, especially when playing on Grounded, because there are so many enemy encounters that it becomes really hard to navigate if you don't have the proper resources or end up failing to sneak past enemies. It's not a bad section, it's just really aggravating, which makes it all the more satisfying when you finally complete it. If you're careful, you can avoid a lot of the combat encounters in Pittsburgh. It just requires a lot of patience and careful planning. But not so much in this first section, as you need to fight your way through this in the aftermath of being ambushed and crashing the car into a nearby convenience store. Not having access to listen mode makes this part of the game especially brutal, as you need to be more perceptive, listening for audio cues and keeping an eye out for enemy movement. This very first part where you are surrounded, I made it through with 2 shotgun shells, an arrow, and 2 revolver bullets that I found. In this section, I discovered just how useful some of the more abundant items such as bottles and bricks can become. As with the right amount of careful planning, any combat encounter becomes a lot easier, when you can simply stun an enemy with a throwable object, and then use melee to quickly dispatch them in one hit. It is sections like this where resource management becomes key. when the game manages to catch you off guard with something that you may not have necessarily anticipated. It emits this feeling from the player of satisfaction when you manage to MacGyver your way out of a bad situation with a brick, forcing the player to use tools they may have otherwise ignored and experiment to find the optimal strategy that solves the current predicament. It is on higher difficulties like Grounded that you truly slip into the role of a survivor. Every situation is tense, every corner represents danger, and every enemy a chance to assert your dominance in this new food chain. In typical fashion of The Last of Us, the game will let you know when the encounter is over, providing an indicator that you can finally relax, if only for a little bit. This encounter here will have greater implications down the line in the Pittsburgh and Suburbs chapters, but we'll cover this when we get to it. It is in the quiet moments post-conflict where the survival aspect of the game rears its head. Searching buildings, looking for things that can be opened, and resources lying about. But mundanity isn't necessarily a bad thing. If anything, it's very calming in comparison to full-on firefights. This aspect can be ignored and will make the game more challenging, but if anything, it adds to the experience. Yet again, the player will know they are proceeding in the correct direction, as Naughty Dog will generally use the environment and the color yellow as a subtle psychological way to guide the player, as is evidenced by this roller door. On the other side of this door, the true horror and capability of the hunters is on full display. Corpses of other survivors that weren't as lucky as us. In a similar manner to how Bill has his own town, it becomes apparent that this is routine for them, as backed up by the clipboard found in the same room, which details the hauls from their ambushes on various days. This ties into the theme of survival, with this group specifically being used to contrast Joel. As is evidenced by the combat, survival is not a pretty endeavor. It is in fact quite brutal, which is pretty effectively showcased by stealth kills. It's not necessarily meant to feel fun. It's meant to evoke a feeling of uneasiness, like how Joel will do whatever is necessary to survive. These hunters will do that and then some. They have the advantage of numbers and careful planning, which effectively gives them an edge. The careful planning aspect is especially conveyed by the map you can stumble upon. Their actions are also showcased as being relentless, as mentioned previously with the series of bodies in that garage. They cross lines with no provocation, that Joel will not generally cross unless provoked, as we will witness in the winter sequence later in the game. Joel was once a hunter, which is why he immediately understood what was about to happen at the beginning of the chapter. This revelation is used as a means to shine a light on Joel, specifically outright establishing for the player, if they hadn't already figured it out, that just because Joel is the main character, that doesn't mean he's necessarily a good person. He can also have lapses in judgment. It showcases how the actions taken to survive are gruesome. This world either changes who you are to survive, or you perish. Near the entry to the former Pittsburgh quarantine zone, there is a very interesting optional conversation that the player can engage in with Ellie. As you may have noticed, there is a large number of vehicles on the road. The part you may have been ignorant to is that there are bodies within these vehicles, with the body specifically sparking this conversation about what has occurred here, with Joel conveying that it was more than likely Fedra. This conversation also serves as a nice piece of foreshadowing about what occurs at the end of the game, as this discussion concerns sacrificing a small group of people to save a large group, an action that Joel doesn't agree with. This is placed here very subtly, to where the player wouldn't necessarily pick up that a similar situation will occur later on. The Pittsburgh chapter is the inverse of Bill's town. That chapter was mainly about surviving infected, whereas this one is about surviving human beings and their unpredictable nature. Where in Bill's town, he was there to assist you. Now in Pittsburgh, everything is against you. Where Bill made an effort to deter people from entering his town through signs and walls, the hunters welcome people entering their town, as it provides them a means of entertainment and even sport. Also in the garage that we had previously left, you are provided with another new tool that is in fact quite useful, if you have the means to craft it. This being the smoke bomb, which can be utilized defensively and offensively. Its main application is to quickly stun a group of enemies, allowing you to either escape or attack them while they're indisposed. It's here in Pittsburgh that the game introduces perhaps one of its more memorable aspects, the no pun intended Volume 2, that Ellie will occasionally pull out in specific places. The joke book serves to showcase Ellie's immaturity. These optional jokes are only present in this chapter and the next one, because after that, the game jumps forward to Fall. This allows the game to portray that Ellie is beginning to take things more seriously after the end of Suburbs, showcasing her loss of innocence. All of these jokes are very bad puns and garner one reaction from both Joel and the player.
It's a terrible joke.
Walking through the gates of the quarantine zone, it becomes more apparent what happened here that led to the hunters taking over. Much of the environmental storytelling in this chapter centers around the hunters, especially delving into their origins. Tensions began to boil over the distribution of rations. You could very easily draw a parallel between what happened here and any revolution that has occurred in our world. As they say, no society is more than 3 meals away from anarchy, which ties into the core societal philosophy tackled in this chapter. Anarchy. I'm of the belief that Pittsburgh embodies anarchy, because it is dominated by the strong, with it presenting itself as a lawless land ruled by survival of the fittest, where hierarchy doesn't seem to thrive. The hunters don't take kindly to outsiders, and will actively antagonize any who enter the city, further highlighting the contrast to Bill's town. Notes and the environment serve to flesh out the backstory of the hunters, and how Pittsburgh went from a land of order ruled by Fedra to a chaotic city ruled by the hunters. There is a series of notes and pieces of the environment the player can find that details some of the events which occurred from the point of view of different individuals on both sides of the Pittsburgh Civil War. This allows the player to get into the minds of both sides and properly understand the conflict. We can glean that what occurred here is similar to what the Fireflies were aiming to do. Fedra even used similar tactics to weed this revolution out, as evidenced by the wanted posters. This revolution may have even been started by the Fireflies, as is evidenced by a note that can be found in the financial district. Just like in Boston, there were executions and shows of force to stamp out these rebellious acts. However, all it did was throw fuel onto the fire, as becomes evident by a note about a woman who lost her son, which caused her to join up in his memory. Eventually, after prolonged warfare and losses piling up on both sides, Fedra pulled out. Now, with the fighting finished, in an act of defiance, the hunters take over the city and rid themselves of the Fireflies, taking control of Pittsburgh. With this bringing us to the hotel. The hotel sequence of the game is about 2 key things: survival and Ellie's innocence. It's already been firmly established that Ellie is ignorant to various aspects of what the world used to be like, with the Fall poster being used to showcase this, as well as the joke book. She can't comprehend a world where everything is so simple, where everything isn't about survival. This is a frustration that will slowly build up within her, ultimately leading to an outburst in the Fall chapter. But if you had to summarize what the hotel section is about in one word, that word is trust. This is where the plot begins to test the relationship between Joel and Ellie. A small piece of conflict up to this point has been Joel's reluctance to give Ellie a firearm, something that is as much of a symbol of protection as it is death and destruction. This conflict stems from a number of factors: Ellie's immaturity, Joel's want to maintain Ellie's innocence, and lastly, his lack of trust in other individuals, which has slowly been chipped away at by Ellie. In Bill's town, Joel takes steps to acknowledge that working alone isn't the best way to survive, yet is hypocritical in his actions. He doesn't have faith in Ellie's ability to survive, and as such, places the burden of their survival solely on himself. This conflict begins to ramp up at the elevator, where the two are separated, where he gives Ellie strict instructions to stay put. Instructions which will ultimately be defied later in the chapter. One could infer that the fall from the elevator and subsequent sections before reuniting with Ellie are metaphorical in nature. Joel's fall into the dark depths of the hotel could represent how he lost his humanity, and has to survive in the darkness before finally being saved by Ellie, returning to him some of the humanity that he lost. The dark depths of the hotel are eerie to explore, and populated with stalkers, clickers, and a bloater. This is one of the more atmospheric sections of the game if you aren't prepared for it. I want to quickly talk about how this area manages tension. To reach Ellie, the player must find a keycard that unlocks the exit. To use the keycard, you need to turn on the electricity. To turn on the electricity, you have to activate a generator. The dark atmosphere of the hotel's lower levels lures the player into believing that danger could be around any corner. Darkness naturally decreases visibility, which adds to the feeling that enemies could be just out of sight. It forces the player to remain alert as they explore every room looking for the keycard. The player is presented with a choice as to what they would like to do first, getting the keycard or turning on the generator. The smarter play is getting the keycard first, because the moment the generator is turned on, enemies will begin to take notice of the noise. The lower levels act to introduce the players to stalkers. These are infected that are rather agile, and aim to sneak up on the player. They are ferocious and will use cover to their advantage, hiding themselves to obfuscate their location from the player, before making themselves known. But the appearance of stalkers is only the beginning, as the hotel is made more tense by the presence of a bloater. Bloaters always require the most attention to take out, as they are a massive obstacle in between the player and reaching their goal. The hallways of the hotel's lower levels are tight, in comparison to the open gym of the school, where we last fought one. This tighter environment that the player faces the bloater in leads to a greater degree of challenge, as the player's maneuverability is impeded. The bloater charging towards the player suddenly becomes a real hazard, when the only space available is a tight hallway. A stray projectile from the bloater suddenly limits the area available to the player. I got very lucky in this section. I managed to run to the door quick enough to avoid having an altercation with the bloater. They are inherently frightening to deal with in grounded mode, sapping you of your precious resources that are already very scarce. In the entirety of this sequence, the player is concerned with one thing: reaching Ellie. In the process of reaching Ellie, Joel is attacked and almost drowned by a hunter, left grasping for his gun as he slowly faces his end. That is, until Ellie, in an act that shows how she values Joel's survival, shoots the hunter, saving his life, beginning the process of losing her innocence in the name of survival. The innocence that Joel had valued so much up to this point, as it reminded him of his own daughter. This is the first time Ellie has killed another human being. She is naturally shaken up by it, but looks to Joel for validation and comfort. Comfort that Joel is not quite ready to provide. She has, after all, just saved his life, but this is validation she will not receive just yet, as instead of Joel expressing gratitude, she is chastised, made to feel that she did the wrong thing in this situation. She doesn't get the approval from Joel that she so desperately craves. Joel is not quite ready to have this conversation. That would require him to open up to Ellie and act more like a father to her, a role which he actively tries to avoid. In typical teenager fashion, since Ellie doesn't receive the reaction that she needed, she begins lashing out. All this situation needs to be resolved is a little parenting from Joel, which he is reluctant to provide. This back and forth continues in an optional conversation, where Ellie tries to break down Joel's walls and get him to understand where she's coming from, but he won't back down. This is concluded outside, when Joel entrusts his survival to Ellie, providing her for a brief moment a rifle that she can use to protect both herself and Joel in this upcoming section. This is a good character moment that showcases growth on both sides. It conveys that Ellie is beginning to mature and become more capable, while for Joel it serves to soften him up a little bit, with him even opening up and being vulnerable about his trepidations, making sure Ellie is aware of how important that this role is, that his life is in her hands, with the biggest bit of payoff being Joel expressing gratitude towards Ellie for saving his life. In a gameplay sense, this combat sequence is slightly different from the previous ones we have taken part in recently. Ellie is now watching over us from afar, and will shoot enemies when they are in her line of sight. This can serve to be really useful, as you may not necessarily see an enemy and she'll shoot him, which helps make you aware of their location. Bringing this entire situation full circle, after the combat encounter has concluded, Joel gives Ellie a pistol, stressing that it's for emergencies only. Joel understands the power of a firearm, that it is a tool equally as capable of protection as it is destruction. A lesson which Ellie is now beginning to learn. Now from this point forward in the game, if you are spotted by a group of enemies, Ellie will help you combat them. The financial district showcases the ferocious nature of the hunters, as we witness them mowing down a group of survivors who had entered Pittsburgh. They do this with an armored vehicle, which allows them to assert their dominance, and maintain an oppressive grip on this city, in a similar fashion to Fedra. They aimed to be better than them, but ultimately ended up becoming more of the same. By this point of the financial district, Pittsburgh has begun to wear very thin with me. This is the longest stretch of the game where you are in one singular location. I eagerly anticipate leaving this area every time I replay the game, as it feels like the only section where the game begins to drag. In the next section, we are faced with the greatest challenge in this area, the armored Humvee. In this section, do your best to avoid it and any enemies, as being seen means igniting the ire of that vehicle. On higher difficulties, like Grounded, being in its line of sight essentially means instant death. Its mere presence raises the stakes, as it is presented as an insurmountable force, one the player is not equipped to deal with. This vehicle in particular makes this section very frustrating, because you can end up getting killed through no fault of your own, purely because you need to run through a narrow alleyway with very little cover, making you an easy target, leaving escape to chance. After escaping this vehicle, we are introduced to Sam and Henry. This isn't a friendly introduction. It pits the two sides against each other. Neither side is considered bad in this conflict. Both just seek to protect themselves and their respective companions. Joel manages to get the upper hand before being held at gunpoint. This scene is meant to parallel two scenes from earlier in the game. The first being the meeting with the soldier in the hometown chapter, where Joel is in a similar situation, held at gunpoint by a soldier who is forced to commit terrible actions in the name of safety. In this instance, Henry does the right thing and gives Sam the order to put the gun down. The second scene that this parallels is the one from earlier, where Ellie saved Joel. But this time, the situation is reversed, with Joel being the dominant force in this altercation, while Sam is forced into the role of savior. This scene serves to highlight the similarities between Joel and Ellie and Sam and Henry, with the key commonalities being that both are adult figures, charged with protecting a child and teaching them to survive. Both had this responsibility thrust onto them. The differences come in the methods used to teach survival to the next generation, with the toy store being where these differences begin to surface. This is conveyed by Sam trying to take the toy robot, but Henry denies Sam the joy of that toy. A toy that represents youth and the ability to have fun, things that are clearly denied to Sam, symbolizing his loss of innocence. Henry is essentially denying Sam a childhood, forcing him to grow up quicker in order to survive. Whereas Joel doesn't enforce that degree of control over Ellie, as mischief is a part of being a child and growing up. Before leaving the toy store, there is a subtle moment that the player can miss. Ellie hangs back and doesn't immediately follow. That's because she sees the injustice in Sam being denied that toy robot, and therefore being denied a childhood, which is why she grabs the robot, hoping to provide Sam with the joys of childhood that he is clearly being denied, bringing innocence to a boy that is clearly being denied it and forced to grow up. We follow the brothers to their hideout. Here, we are presented with a plan to escape Pittsburgh. This will occur later tonight, after sundown, as the guard density decreases at nighttime, establishing how and when the player is going to reach the bridge and escape Pittsburgh. We are then shown a moment of levity between Sam and Ellie, where the two children get to simply just enjoy each other's company and act like kids. Here, Henry remarks,
"It's been a while since that boy even cracked a smile."
This is to show how Sam being forced to grow up quicker has left him unhappy, only exposing him to the horrors of the world, not giving him a moment to simply act his age and express his innocence. Innocence, which in this moment, Ellie allows him to express. It is then that we find out the true goal of Sam and Henry. Like us, they are also looking for the Fireflies, but for different reasons to our own. Sam and Henry view this as an opportunity to craft a better life for themselves, and fight for a cause they believe in. Whereas for Joel, this is business, an obligation that he has found himself in. Finally, we establish a new midterm goal for the player to achieve, that is, to reach the radio tower, where Sam and Henry have agreed to meet with any surviving members from their group. This leads into the game's next section, a stealth sequence, where you are required to turn off the searchlight and dispose of all guards before moving to the next area. We storm the gates and climb up the truck. Ellie climbs up, but the ladder breaks before Joel can make it up. It's here that we see how far Henry is willing to go for the survival of himself and Sam. He chooses to abandon Joel and Ellie, leaving them to just figure it out. It conveys that there is nothing more important to him than the survival of himself and his brother. It's a moment that was foreshadowed slightly earlier when he stated,
I tell you what, how about I worry about my brother, you worry about your girl.
This is a slight detour that was unexpected, causing the player to detour through a nearby bar. Upon exiting the bar, we are thrust into a high-stakes chase sequence. It's a section that keeps the stakes high by having Joel and Ellie be chased by an armored vehicle, with a machine gun firing behind them. It's an insurmountable force our protagonists have to deal with, a force of nature that tears through everything in front of it. It's something in the way of our protagonists which they ultimately can't defeat, and are ultimately forced to jump from the bridge. Joel is initially unwilling to take this route, looking for a safer way that guarantees the survival of himself and Ellie. But his hand is forced when Ellie jumps first. This is an issue because Ellie can't swim, placing Joel into the position of needing to reach Ellie in the water as quickly as possible, after which he is knocked out by a rock, ending the very long Pittsburgh chapter of the game. The Suburbs chapter begins with the player having been washed ashore and recovered by Sam and Henry. Upon regaining consciousness, Joel is obviously not very pleased to see them after their betrayal a short time ago, and this immediately leads to conflict, with Henry stating,
If it was the other way around, would you have come back for us?
This question immediately causes Joel to cease hostility, with this yet again reinforcing to the player that Henry will do anything to protect Sam, in a similar manner to how Joel will do everything he can to protect Ellie, while also cementing that as trustworthy as he may seem, Joel shouldn't trust Henry, because when the situation begins to become more intense, he may very quickly become unreliable. The game naturally eases this concern, and makes the player forget this over the course of the Suburbs chapter, as this chapter is very focused on building a relationship between both pairs of characters, leading to a hard-hitting conclusion that leaves the player in shock. There is a degree of openness that is present in the beginning of Suburbs, providing a choice to the player: follow Sam and Henry to a path on the left, which leads to the sewers, or explore the ship that is curiously beached within view of the player on the right. The game very much suggests following the right path through its dialogue. Through this path, the game begins to introduce one of its more interesting cases of environmental storytelling, the story of Ish. One could assume Ish is short for Ishmael, which immediately draws parallels between two separate texts, these being the Bible and Moby Dick. In the Bible, Ishmael was cast out by his father Abraham. There is a clear parallel that can be drawn here. Ish, in The Last of Us, is an outcast who builds a small community, just as Ishmael from the Bible was an outcast who builds a kingdom. Ish can be considered an outcast because he was alone at sea for several months after the outbreak, seeking to escape the unfolding chaos on land, only forced back due to a lack of supplies and worsening conditions of his vessel. He then lived alone in solitude in the nearby sewers, before eventually journeying out into the nearby suburbs, where he meets a family who he trades with. No longer wanting to feel like an outcast, he invites the family to live with him in the sewers, where they build a small community that, for a period of time, thrives. They create a school for children, with Ish taking on the role of beloved protector. Where these two stories diverge is what happens with their respective communities. The community of Ish ultimately falls apart not because of betrayal or a breakdown in communication, but because a door was left open. This simple mistake allowed infected to pour in, and resulted in many of the community's inhabitants losing their lives, with the only known survivors being Ish, Sarah, and some children. In both the Bible and The Last of Us, the story of Ishmael is one of community. When contrasting to Moby Dick, the characters of Ishmael and Ish share a key similarity. In the novel Moby Dick, the reader is never given any descriptive details about Ishmael's appearance. This is carried across to The Last of Us. where the player is provided limited details about Ish's appearance. The closest we get to a clear idea of Ish's appearance is a drawing from some children that the player can stumble upon. Both Ish and Ishmael choose to go out to sea. In the case of Ish, it is to avoid the horrors of the world. He chooses isolation as a form of survival, whereas for Ishmael, it is to seek death. The story of Ish is one that unravels as the player explores the sewers, experiencing it mostly in order, and mainly from the perspective of Ish. It's this story in particular that makes the sewers one of my favourite sections of the game. You get to experience this community's rise and fall, adding so much context to this environment that makes for a very memorable section. The sewers act as a very distinct sequence within The Last of Us. It's one of the few that sees the player trapped within a claustrophobic environment that is draped in darkness. This darkness serves to effectively create atmospheric tension. To break up the game and differentiate itself from the previous Pittsburgh section, the player will be facing infected again, with this section very much drawing from survival horror, as the player is tasked with simply surviving an onslaught of infected, as they explore the ghostly remnants of a destroyed community. The sewers stand to change things up from the expected formula by splitting up Joel and Ellie, instead pairing Joel with Sam and Ellie with Henry. It changes the dynamic that the player has come to accept up to this point, allowing the player to form a connection with Sam, while raising the stakes as you don't quite know what may happen to Ellie while she's with Henry. After all, it was only a short time ago that he betrayed Joel and Ellie, leaving them to fend for themselves. What happens if they get into a serious situation like that again? At least from my experience, I found myself more willing and eager to protect Sam, due to a sort of unspoken agreement that as long as Joel protects him, Henry will do the same with Ellie. This is the most prominent section of the game that is built around stalkers. As a result, the tighter enclosed areas have a lot more openings for the player to traverse around in order to facilitate them, with plenty of corners to allow them to sneak up on the player. When Joel is later reunited with Ellie, this serves as a way for the player to feel that they can begin to trust Henry again, and view him as reliable. He did, after all, keep Ellie safe. But this safety doesn't last long, as the player is forced to run and reach for escape. Escape which slowly inches closer and closer, until the eerie darkness of the sewers is replaced with the warm and welcoming light of the suburbs, communicating one last surprise to the player. We in fact entered the sewers from the exit, with there being a warning sign on this side to communicate that there was infected within. The suburbs provide a nice contrast to the sewers, providing a sense of normalcy, familiarity, and safety for our burgeoning group. To Ellie and Sam, this place represents everything they wish they could have: community, safety, and stability. This journey through the suburbs allows these characters to get a taste of what life was like before Outbreak Day. One of the better examples of this is when Ellie and Sam begin playing darts. They simply just get to act their age. For a brief moment, they are allowed to forget about the reality around them, and simply play darts. Whereas for Joel and Henry, the suburbs are in a sense nostalgic, a reminder of a time that has long since passed. This allows them to relive their experiences from pre-outbreak day. For Joel and Henry, the suburbs don't just represent the good that was present before the outbreak, but also the ensuing chaos in the aftermath of it. There is an optional conversation that establishes as much.
Everyone got paranoid. You remember any of that, Joel?
Yeah, everyone barricaded themselves in their homes, and supplies started running low. That's when you saw what people are really capable of.
How in the beginning everyone was concerned with simply surviving and being left alone. A situation which quickly changes after a few months when supplies begin to dwindle, and your survival becomes more important than that of anyone else's. As you can see here, I've stumbled onto a new item. This is a training manual, and you can find these earlier in the game. But I'm playing on Grounded Plus, and this is the only one I hadn't collected, so we're discussing it here. Training manuals serve as a means for the player to provide a permanent upgrade to their craftable items. These can provide effects like increasing the amount of health gained from a medkit, or increasing the durability of shivs, allowing it to withstand 2 stealth kills rather than 1 before breaking. If you're playing on higher difficulties, I highly recommend seeking these out, as they can make the game slightly easier. The explorable part of the suburbs is only a small section, roughly half a block. Before moving to the next section where the intensity ratchets up, the player can engage in one last optional conversation with Henry.
Fireflies were here.
Yeah, by the looks of it.
How are we gonna find them?
I know a guy. My brother, actually. He was a Firefly. Last I heard, he was in Wyoming. We get there, we find him, we find the Fireflies. What do you say, you in?
Sounds like a good plan, man.
This conversation serves to lure the player into a false sense of comfortability. It acts as a misdirect that implies that Sam and Henry will accompany us to Wyoming, where we'll find Tommy. It sets in the mind of the player that these two characters will be around for a bit longer, when they in fact will not make it past the radio tower. It also shows a level of trust from Joel. He has come to trust Henry and Sam again, with him even enjoying their company, seeing as he initiates the idea of them coming to Wyoming. The player goes through a lot with Sam and Henry, so much transpires in such a short period of time. To put this into perspective, Joel and Ellie only really get to know Sam and Henry for about a day and a half in the game, essentially spending 2 nights and 1 day with them before things fall apart. However, the player is never really given the opportunity to accurately interpret this length of time. In order, we escape Pittsburgh in an action sequence, explore an abandoned settlement that fell apart in the sewers, reflect upon life before the outbreak in the suburbs, before finally defeating a smug sniper and an undefeatable tank that has terrorized the player since Pittsburgh. All this before the climax at the radio tower. Joel and Ellie go through more with Sam and Henry than arguably Bill, who guided them through hell and back. Immediately after dropping off this edge, the player is thrust into one of the more thrilling sequences of The Last of Us. The game puts a lot of emphasis on that double-story house in the middle towards the back of the street. This indicates its importance in this section, as that's where the sniper is perched. During this slice, the player is tasked with reaching that house and taking out the sniper, so the rest of the group can safely pass through. This part took me forever. You can use stealth to your advantage to reach the sniper. It is really helpful, but there will come times where you will need to use your firearms, as enemies will flood in from everywhere. It becomes especially easy for them to get behind you in higher difficulties, as you aren't necessarily as worried about what's behind you as what's in front of you. There is an immense amount of satisfaction and relief that comes from reaching the house and defeating the sniper. Taking down the sniper turns the tables for the player. Now we have all the power in this area, as we use the sniper to aid our allies and protect them from the hunters. In a sense, it's a reversal of the roles from the financial district earlier. Now the survival of everyone is in our hands. It places a sense of importance onto the actions of the player. It makes them feel more protective and perceptive. You may need to be on lookout every which way, or else the group may not necessarily make it through what is thrown at them. It initially begins rather tame, as it consists of just hunters on the ground, before the intensity increases a notch, with the appearance of the armoured Humvee from earlier. Now, we are in the position of power. When that Humvee was terrorizing us earlier in Pittsburgh, it had the advantage of overwhelming firepower. But here, it has an innate disadvantage. The occupants of that Humvee can only focus in so many places at once, and this becomes their undoing. Eliminating that Humvee brings a sense of relief. It makes the player think that this situation is now resolved. Everyone is safe. There is no threat incoming. However, that couldn't be further from the truth, as taking down the Humvee begins the next phase, where infected begin to pour in. These infected manage to knock down Sam and Henry. It's in this moment that Sam is bitten. This revelation isn't revealed for a little longer, but the player doesn't think twice about his proximity to that clicker. We take Sam at face value that he's alright, but it's only later that the player is able to reflect upon this moment and feel a little responsible for what unfolds next. After all, each of them placed their survival into our hands, and we failed Sam and Henry. If we could have been a little bit quicker, everything that's about to occur could have been prevented. Joel, Ellie, Sam and Henry escape the suburbs and finally arrive at their intended destination, the radio tower. In the radio tower, it provides an opportunity for the player and characters to decompress. An opportunity to breathe and take in what has just happened. allowing the game to delve a little deeper into the relationship between Joel and Henry. Joel got to experience the world before Outbreak Day, as he relays in the following story.
Tommy's birthday, and that's all he wanted to do is just rent 2 Harleys and drive cross country.
Oh, man. I could die happy if I could just ride one around the block. What was it like?
It was good. It was real good.
Good? Can you believe this guy? Come on, man, give me details. Describe it.
You know what? You two deserve a little privacy.
No, Ellie. This isn't just any regular motorcycle, okay? You get on that bad boy, you feel that engine? Nothing like it.
Oh, yeah? How would you know?
Seen it in my dreams.
Okay.
Joel got to have formative experiences in that world, whereas for Henry, the world before Outbreak Day is essentially ripped from him. He was born and lived for a few years before the outbreak occurred, meaning that Joel gets to act as a link to that life that was taken from Henry. The difference between, let's say, Henry and Ellie is that Henry got to experience a little of what life was like before having it ripped away, whereas for Ellie, she's desensitized to it, as this is all she's ever known. The contrast to Joel becomes even more apparent as the topic of surviving group members is posed, particularly how it appears they aren't coming. No one else made it out. In this situation, Joel would choose not to broach the subject with Ellie, instead choosing to move on and forget it ever happened. Similarly to what happened with Tess, Ellie was very open about wanting to talk about that, whereas Joel was more than happy to bottle it up and forget as if nothing ever happened, whereas Henry intends to break the news to Sam. This shows a level of openness between the two that Joel and Ellie haven't reached quite yet, conveying how Henry is more open with his emotions compared to Joel, who is happy to bottle them up and unleash them upon the obstacles in front of him. This prompts Ellie to leave the room, where she begins a conversation with Sam. It becomes apparent very quickly that something is bothering Sam, something that he is unwilling to divulge, that brings him to isolate himself, behavior that is very unusual of him. Sam knows that his life is heading towards its end, but is too scared to come to terms with that. Their conversation quickly becomes deeper and more philosophical in nature, with the two characters delving into their fears. It's now that Ellie reveals her greatest fear.
I'm scared of ending up alone.
Ellie believes that she needs someone stronger than her by her side in order to survive, as is evidenced by Marlene before she is passed off to Joel, which simply reinforces this fact for her. A relationship which to the player evokes that of parent and child. Ending up alone is a reality that Ellie will eventually face in both this story and the Lakeside Resort chapter, where Joel is injured, leaving Ellie to survive all alone, left behind, her greatest fear fulfilled. A fear that is made reality at the end of The Last of Us Part 2, where she is abandoned by her family, with her life in pieces, and her connection to Joel taken from her as a result of her actions. Her fear of ending up alone also plays into one of the game's bigger themes, being survivor's guilt, with many of the characters she meets on this journey ending up dead, while Ellie is forced to just keep pushing forward. Whereas Sam uses this moment to relay his concerns about what comes next, and begin to face his own mortality, understanding that these are going to be some of his final moments. And at the end, he is a scared boy, who isn't ready to accept that his time in this cruel world is coming to an end. To conclude this conversation, Ellie finally gives Sam the robot that she stole at the toy store in Pittsburgh. He looks at it and doesn't know what to make of it anymore. It's a symbol of lost innocence, portraying the life that he never got to live. The act of throwing the robot is emblematic of Sam rejecting innocence, a piece of foreshadowing that he's infected, before this is revealed moments later. It shows that survival has beat him down. Throughout this conversation, Sam has gone through the 5 stages of grief. Sam begins in depression, as witnessed at the beginning of the conversation, where he has isolated himself. When they discuss whether the infected still retain some semblance of themselves, this is where denial is conveyed. Bargaining is brought into the picture when Sam brings up whether people who are infected end up going to heaven. Anger is prevalent when he throws the robot, and acceptance follows as he pulls up the leg of his pants, revealing the bite mark. Finally coming to terms with what is about to occur in the following hours. In the final parallel to Ellie, the bite mark is on the opposite body part and side, with Ellie's bite mark being on her right forearm, whereas for Sam, his bite mark is on the left leg. This comes as quite the revelation for the player. This contrasts the nature of what is occurring around Sam. Everyone else was celebrating making it to the radio tower and having fun, whereas Sam isolated himself. For us, this was a huge win, whereas for Sam, it's a massive loss that dawns upon the player and feels preventable. The next morning, mostly everyone is awake. Henry, in an act of compassion, lets Sam sleep in, not knowing he is infected. The player knows what is about to happen, that the situation is about to escalate, with the atmosphere becoming very tense, as Sam lunges at Ellie, alerting Joel and Henry. Now, we the player understand that she's not in any danger of becoming infected, but this could still lead to her death. Joel attempts to shoot Sam, but the weapon is shot out of his hand by Henry. This ties back into a line from earlier in the game.
I tell you what, how about I worry about my brother, you worry about your girl.
This current situation is one that would require Joel to murder Sam to save Ellie. But in an act that pays off this line, Henry finishes off his brother. Now, the scene begins to parallel the hometown chapter, specifically the scene where Joel bargains with the soldier. Where the scenes differ is in the outcome. In hometown, the soldier was going to execute Joel and Sarah after being ordered to. Even though he had his own reservations, he controlled his emotions for what he perceived as the greater good. His reservations ultimately got him killed by Tommy. Whereas here, Henry is controlled by his emotions. Now, Henry parallels Joel to a greater degree than previously, as he has lost a young family member. How they differ is in how they managed those emotions in the aftermath. Joel was provided a moment to express these emotions, surrounded by the only family he had left, before suppressing them in the name of survival. However, unlike Joel, Henry has nobody left. Sam was all that remained of his family. Here, Henry immediately moves to blame Joel.
It's your fault. This is nobody's fault, Henry. It's all your fault!
And therefore, the player. In a sense, he's kind of right. What happened to Sam is our fault. But Joel understands what Henry is going through, and this makes him equipped to deal with this situation and try to resolve it peacefully. But he's not quick enough, and in an act of grief, Henry ends his own life. This scene serves as a parallel to their initial meeting. It's apparent because the framing of the scene is very similar. This dynamic began and ended at gunpoint. In the aftermath, the game fades to black, giving the player a moment of reflection to process the intense events that have just occurred, reminding the player of the harsh reality of this world, and that nothing is permanent. Security is never long-term. It serves to reinforce the game's themes that have been prevalent up to this point, and a reminder to Joel that emotional attachment leads to grave consequences. Tommy's Dam opens with time having clearly passed between the ending of Suburbs and now. The story has transitioned from summer to fall, and our protagonists have changed clothes, with Joel and Ellie seemingly on the last leg of their journey. The season of fall is very representative of the events that occur in this chapter. Fall can represent many things, chief among them change, letting go, protection, and preservation, all of which are pertinent to this chapter and its conflicts. On the way to the electric dam, the player can find a new weapon, the El Diablo. It is a pistol with a sight, making it easier to use when firing at long distances. As we approach the hydroelectric dam, the game finally delves into Tommy, and what led to the breakdown of his relationship with Joel.
What do you mean?
You and Tommy. You're not together, so clearly something went down.
We just had a bit of a disagreement, that's all.
Ah, here we go. So what was it about?
Tommy saw the world one way, I saw it the other.
And that's why he joined the Fireflies.
Yeah, your friend Marlene promised him hope. That kept him busy for a while, but just like Tommy, he eventually quit that too.
How was it? Last time you saw him?
I believe his last words to me were, I don't ever want to see your goddamn face again.
Jeez. But he's gonna help us?
I suppose we're gonna find out.
The disagreement between Tommy and Joel boils down to a difference in worldviews. Joel is content with the world as it is, more focused on just navigating the world as it currently exists. He didn't believe in doing anything for a greater purpose than himself. Whereas Tommy believes that you need to be the change you wish to see in the world. He's not as focused on navigating the world as it currently is. Instead, he wants to change the world to be a better place for those who come after. He was seeking something greater than just survival, which led him to join the Fireflies, a group that represents hope and change, one that seeks to restore the world to its pre-outbreak state. One of the key aspects of Tommy's life that we are privy to is how he wishes to remain human in a world of monsters. He cherishes his humanity, with inhuman acts being one of the reasons that caused him to leave Joel, who, in a sense, lost his humanity after the death of his daughter. Tommy's sense of humanity also leads him to eventually leave the Fireflies. As their acts became more extreme, he became more disillusioned with the cause, ending with Tommy choosing to retain his humanity and leave the Fireflies. Underneath any animosity, it is clear that these two brothers still deeply care about each other. Why else would Marlene state,
I was close with his brother Tommy. Said if I was ever in a jam, I could rely on him.
something that presumably would have been said after Joel and Tommy had their falling out. The chapter only provides one puzzle that serves as an obstruction to the player. Like a lot of sections in this game, the puzzle was related to traversal. The answer is immediately provided to the player in the form of a wheel that raises the bridge. However, it only provides half the solution, raising half the bridge, forcing the player to find a means to turn the wheel on the other side. This puzzle is one of the few that involves swimming as a mechanic. It is rather underutilized in part 1, used sparingly enough for it to feel fresh when introduced, and not like an annoying obstruction to the player's progress. In any area that involves finding a pallet in water, it's generally easy for the player to discover. The dive aspect of swimming is so infrequently used that when I first played this game, I got stuck here very briefly, because I couldn't find the pallet to get Ellie across. It wasn't until I remembered, oh, you can dive, that I very quickly found it. As they say, out of sight, out of mind. At this point, the player is highly anticipating the reunion between Joel and Tommy, to discover how he has been changed by the world in the last 20 years. But before this reunion, there is a very interesting character moment to discuss between Joel and Ellie. Near where the player has crossed the hydroelectric dam, there is a very small grave, one that is clearly for a child, and this triggers Ellie to bring up Sam.
That's too small of a grave.
I forgot to leave that stupid robot on his grave. What should I do with it?
Ellie.
What? I want to talk about it.
No.
Why not?
How many times do we need to go over this? Things happen, and we move on.
It's just...
That's enough.
All right. I'm sorry.
Ellie and Joel embody two separate positions about that situation that the player may agree with. Some players may side with Joel and not want to talk about it, instead opting to move on and be more concerned with what's ahead. Others may side with Ellie and want to be open about their feelings to properly process what happened. This also goes to illustrate the divide between Joel and Ellie. Ellie wants an emotional connection with Joel. She wants to be able to confide in him like a parental figure, but Joel clearly still isn't ready to be open with her. His goal since the Capitol building has been to pawn off Ellie to Tommy, and have him complete this quest. Joel's reluctance to build an emotional connection with Ellie showcases how he still isn't over the death of Sarah. His focus on survival is merely an excuse he uses to build walls around his emotions. It conveys that he isn't willing to let go and heal quite yet, as accepting Ellie and building an emotional connection with her would show that he's ready to accept what happened and move on. We make our way towards a nearby gate and are held up at gunpoint by a woman named Maria. It sets into the mind of the player that we are about to enter a massive combat sequence before we even reach Jackson. However, the first thing that the camera focuses on when we are getting held up is Tommy. The player may not even be aware of this when it is happening, as it is very brief. This is the big indication that we may not be in for a major dispute between the two. The reunion between Tommy and Joel is in fact quite heartwarming. It's a moment that this game has spent about 2/3 of its runtime building towards. Most characters that we have met since leaving Boston have been initially hostile. With Bill, we're caught in one of his traps and he cuffs Ellie. Sam and Henry we got into a fight with before cooler heads prevailed. Whereas here, we don't immediately enter conflict with these people. They probe to try to find out our purpose. It shows that they're different to anyone we've interacted with previously. They're trying to do things in a better way, with compassion and understanding. Tommy coming to Jackson is where he finds the purpose that he has been searching for, a place where his humanity is appreciated, where survival becomes a group concern. Jackson is the antithesis to Boston, where Boston was all about security at the expense of its residents, and Pittsburgh was concerned with survival at the expense of others. Jackson is the realization of everything that the Fireflies stood for, where everyone simply cares for each other. A society where control is put back into the hands of the people. Security is just as valued at Jackson as the people, with everyone giving their fair share to ensure this society can continue to function. Tommy has clearly found his purpose. He has become willing to settle down and found a place to lay some roots, as is indicated by his marriage to Maria. It shows a level of growth and maturity from him that wasn't necessarily expected. It showcases how Tommy has moved on and built a level of stability for himself that Joel once had. The two characters have essentially flipped positions from the start of the game. Joel is now the one seeking purpose and a reason to survive, which he will find in Ellie if he opens up to her. He is everything that he projects Tommy to be, whereas Tommy is the one that radiates stability, responsibility, and purpose. He embodies the man that Joel once was. The man Joel could become again if he embraces his growing attachment to Ellie and opens up to her. An attachment which frankly scares him. Joel follows Tommy and explores the hydroelectric dam, while Ellie walks with Maria where they'll eat. The player doesn't think much about Ellie going with Maria, as we're so enveloped by this interaction that it slips our mind. But this is where Ellie will finally become aware of Joel's past, and why he is so reluctant to form an emotional connection with her. This is something that builds up until it is allowed to be let out at the conclusion of the chapter. Now that Joel finally has Tommy alone, the two can talk. Tommy makes it clear that he still tries to maintain a link to his past, as is evident by how he went back to Texas. Tommy accepts what happened, and in an act of compassion tries to give Joel the photo of Sarah.
Here. It's a little faded, but it still looks pretty good.
I'm good.
You sure? I mean...
I said I'm good.
Okay. Well, I'll hold on to it for you.
A reminder of his past that he has been living to forget. Accepting the photo would be symbolic of Joel having moved on from the death of his daughter. His readiness to decline the photo shows that he isn't there yet. His worldview is still the same. He's still consumed by grief. Tommy then takes Joel on a guided tour of the hydroelectric dam. The layout is very specific, as if we will be required to fight through here later. There's lots of walls that look like they're high enough for the player to hide behind. The game has already name-dropped raiders and how they are rampant in this area, which naturally sets the player up to know that a combat sequence is coming. The walk through the dam's facilities also serves to provide exposition about Jackson, how it's an idyllic place to live. As I mentioned earlier, the antithesis to Boston and Pittsburgh, showcasing the best of humanity, where those two other locations showcased the worst of humanity. With Tommy isolated and alone in a secure location, the game finally gets to the meat of the conversation that the player has been waiting for. Tommy is a very smart and perceptive individual, who immediately puts together that Ellie is the reason that Joel has left Boston. But why would this bring Joel to Tommy? This scene serves to highlight how Joel and Tommy are two sides of the same coin. Joel represents selfishness in this situation, whereas Tommy represents selflessness. Tommy found a cause greater than himself that aligns with his belief in humanity, whereas Joel has been given a purpose and seeks to push this onto his brother, with no regard for how this will uproot the life that Tommy has built for himself. Jackson represents a second chance for Tommy. It allows him to be the better person that he wishes he could have been in the time after the outbreak. The actions that Joel took in this time allowed the two to survive, but at what cost? Their humanity. something that Joel has yet to regain, but Tommy has worked towards maintaining. Joel doesn't believe that people can change. He has witnessed how much Tommy has grown as a person, but still projects all his insecurities onto Tommy.
This is for your damn cause. The way I figure they're your boys.
Joel constantly appeals to the man that Tommy was, not the man that he currently is. It just highlights how selfish Joel is. Joel isn't trying to pawn the cure for humanity off on Tommy because he couldn't get her to the Fireflies. He's doing this because he is scared of losing Ellie, of acknowledging his emotional attachment to her, and the pain that could come with it, of reliving the worst moment of his life, and moving on from the death of Sarah. He doesn't see how selfish this is, instead viewing it as doing Tommy a favor. The conversation slowly escalates as it progresses, going from calm and dutiful to selfish and bitter, with the escalation only interrupted by a combat sequence, allowing the player to test the El Diablo that was acquired earlier. The El Diablo acts as a long-range pistol. It's very good for precise shots, such as headshots. It has a quicker reload than the rifle, making it slightly better to use. This combat sequence is rather brief, simply taking the player back the way they came and ending upon reaching Ellie and Maria. Reuniting with Ellie serves to bring Joel's fatherly instincts to the surface. It brings forth the man he once was 20 years ago. You can see he's not as concerned about what happened as he is if she's safe and alright. It's here that it finally dawns on Tommy why he was asking so much of him. That Joel doesn't want to be responsible for what happens to her, and potentially relive Sarah's death. It wasn't out of pure selfishness that he asked Tommy to take her, but emotional preservation. This naturally creates conflict with Maria, as she has reservations about Tommy uprooting himself. She's worried about his safety and survival, more so than Joel has portrayed up to this point. But Tommy is resolute that he has to do this, not for the Fireflies, but for his brother's well-being. Ellie is really perceptive to this, that the argument is her fault, that the only constant that she has had in her life is about to leave her. Instead of being immediately open with Ellie, he is emotionally neglectful of her, not providing the explanation that she needs, which causes her to lash out, steal a horse, and leave. It serves to showcase how Joel withholding an emotional connection can backfire. Very quickly, the group realize that Ellie is gone, and now we have to find her. But it also raises the question, would Ellie be better off going with Tommy or with Joel? This is a question that will be resolved by the end of this chapter. Now, the player is introduced to one of the last new mechanics the game has to offer, horse riding. Horse riding feels so good. A part of this comes down to the sound design, and the level of impact that can be felt by each step that the horse takes. This sequence is really easy to follow as well, providing a clear path that the player understands they need to follow, in the form of tracks left by Ellie's horse. This section is mostly silent, only filled with the musical score, and the occasional comment from Joel and Tommy. This serves as a moment of reflection, to let the player think about the events that have led to Ellie running away. It keeps Ellie's safety as one of the primary concerns of the player. The presence of raiders keeps the player on their toes, creating a sense of urgency and concern that we must find her before anyone else and get to the bottom of this. It's Joel's greatest fear potentially coming true, forcing him to relive the worst moment of his life. This all leads the player to an abandoned ranch, where Ellie has situated herself. The building is empty, which creates a layer of tension for the long-anticipated confrontation with Ellie, as the player frantically searches for Ellie, worried about her well-being. It creates an opportunity for the player to stock up on crafting materials before the upcoming combat sequence. The house that Ellie has isolated herself in is symbolic of the life she longs for, that Ellie wishes she was able to live. One of normalcy, dependability, and stability. Ellie holds a degree of contempt towards teenagers from before the outbreak. They had much easier lives. They weren't as concerned with survival as she has had to be since the day she was born. Ellie resents how these people had everything that she needs. The scene is positioned in a way that the player is able to empathize and understand the positions of both Joel and Ellie. Joel is getting Tommy to take Ellie to the Fireflies. to avoid the emotional turmoil in the event that something goes wrong. It's an act of preservation for him. He still holds the death of Sarah over himself, and doesn't believe he can safely get Ellie to the Fireflies, whereas Ellie is approaching this from the position of wanting stability. Everyone in her life that she has ever become close to has either abandoned her or passed on. For instance, Marlene handed her off to Joel. Ellie's mother died after giving birth to her. Riley died after they both became infected, having left Ellie behind. Tess, Sam, Henry, all people on just this adventure that have left Ellie in one form or another, while Joel remains behind, forming the only stable connection in her life. This is where her abandonment issues come to a head, as she can't bear the thought of the representation of stability in her life leaving her. The only constant on this journey for both Ellie and the player has been Joel. In a sense, it's the player also asking Joel not to leave. Where this discussion truly becomes tense and the tone shifts is when Ellie brings up Sarah. She does this in an attempt to appeal to his fatherly instincts, and relate to him on a deeper level, to appeal to the human buried within the monster that sits in front of her. More than likely, this is one of the first times that name has been said to Joel in the past 20 years. This conversation is Ellie confronting Joel with all her frustrations that she has been holding back thus far, getting to the root of the issue. She's not Sarah. She's capable in her own right. Joel is unable to get past his own feelings and relate to the hurt girl in front of him. This is a repeated pattern of behavior from Joel, as was previously evidenced by the gun in Pittsburgh. It's Joel rejecting the role that he has been thrust into up to this point. She isn't Sarah, and he is not Ellie's father. It's a pattern of emotional neglect that effectively ends here, as the next time Ellie needs to be emotionally vulnerable with Joel, he is there for her. This is one of the more emotionally charged sequences in The Last of Us, one that best demonstrates how good the writing and character work is in this game, and why it is considered one of the best stories ever told in gaming. There is so much beneath the surface to discuss in scenes such as this, that makes it really captivating to interpret and come to your own conclusion with. This scene is one of the game's more memorable moments that leaves an impact upon the player, and a big part of this are the performances from Troy Baker and Ashley Johnson. Their delivery in this scene is impeccable. You can feel the emotion boiling beneath the surface of Joel when he states,
"You are treading on some mighty thin ice here."
How his inflection shifts throughout the conversation, with the tone of his voice indicating more of a warning that Ellie shouldn't push this subject. When he states,
"You have no idea what loss is."
You can see how pain consumes Joel, which leads to Ellie's concerns being brushed aside. In this moment, Joel is consumed by loss. You can empathize with the immense amount of grief that is conveyed with the delivery of this line, with it cementing the image of Joel as a rageful monster that is struggling to be human again, uncaring of the feelings of others around him. You can feel the pain within Joel when he states,
"You're right. You're not my daughter. And I sure as hell ain't your dad."
That delivery just makes the player feel bad for Ellie in this moment. He's still treating her more like cargo than a human being, an object that can just be given to other people, as opposed to a person with thoughts and emotions. Whereas for Ellie, this scene effectively conveys the inner turmoil that she is experiencing. We have seen her frustrations boiling beneath the surface throughout the game. The standout moment from Ashley Johnson comes when Ellie states,
Everyone I have cared for has either died or left me. Everyone fucking except for you. So don't tell me that I would be safer with someone else, because the truth is I would just be more scared.
The lines of dialogue conveyed here are the player's first hints towards Ellie's inner struggle with being immune, that it is as much of a curse as it is a gift. She is effectively forced to stand by and watch as others die from a cause that she is immune to. As of now, Riley is a secret kept from the player. Joel's story begins with the death of his daughter, while Ellie's begins with the death of her best friend. It's a meaningful parallel between the two protagonists. These two characters have effectively gone through similar circumstances, and internalize it in different ways. Ellie's cheerful attitude is itself a wall that she builds to hide the sadness within herself, to appear stronger to the world than she really is. The player is expecting the frustration that was there at the beginning of the scene to be dispelled by Joel, for him to acknowledge her concerns and make Ellie understand why Tommy taking her is for the best. But he doesn't reason with her like a human being. Joel disregards Ellie's emotions and continues to treat her like cargo, and this frustrates her even more. Joel isn't at the point where he can get emotionally vulnerable with Ellie quite yet. The only language he seems to understand is violence, which is why Ellie pushes him. In that moment, she is trying to speak the only language which may get through to Joel, and allow her to feel heard. I haven't really mentioned it a lot in the video thus far, but the music helps bring this scene together. Musical themes are used very sparingly throughout The Last of Us. They are there throughout the game, but for the most part are saved for impactful moments within the plot, which means when they are included, they're much more effective. They are generally utilized to draw a connection between specific scenes. The theme used in this scene is a version of All Gone. Different versions of this theme are used throughout the game, in sections such as the title sequence, the death of Sarah, the argument that occurs here, when Ellie murders David, and when Joel is escaping with Ellie in the hospital. There are dozens of instances of variations of this theme being used throughout the game. All instances of this theme being used involve Joel or Ellie in some form or another. The one used in this scene is All Gone Reunion, which is used in one other part of the game. We'll get more into that implicit connection in the Lakeside Resort chapter. But the feeling that the theme is evoking here is one of somberness, because the relationship between Joel and Ellie is at its weakest, making the player question if it makes it out of this house. The conversation is interrupted by bandits, not giving the player any time to reflect upon what has happened until they are dealt with. This is one of the more subdued combat encounters in the game. It's very brief, and merely serves to break up the dramatic scenes that surround it. It's reminiscent of Suburbs, but more intimate. I really appreciate how this encounter uses its more confined environment, where the player can use the various doors to obscure themselves. Each of the rooms lead into each other, which makes for plenty of opportunities to get the jump on enemies. As the player makes their way back to Jackson, we are surrounded by nothing but silence, and the musical score to illustrate that this is a moment of reflection for everyone involved. It's a very well executed instance of visual storytelling. This section doesn't need dialogue. The camera angles, character actions, and expressions are all the information that is required. Utilizing visual storytelling in this section was a very good decision, because it allows the player and characters to reflect in the aftermath of the previous scene, without requiring the game to follow up on anything that was previously said. The camera is always positioned with Ellie as the focus, to remind the player of the turmoil Joel has just put her through. Joel is always positioned at the back to showcase the growing distance between himself and Ellie, with Ellie being positioned closer to Tommy during the ride back. This is to fool the player into believing that Joel is done. It can also convey that Ellie is torn between Joel and Tommy. Joel has broken her, which has caused Ellie to relent and accept that she is nothing more than cargo to be passed around. The reflective moment for Joel and the player only ends when we reach the outskirts overlooking Jackson. It quickly becomes apparent that there has been a change within Joel. He has overcome his fear, accepted it to a degree, and is now willing to take Ellie to the Fireflies at the University of Eastern Colorado. Joel has begun to come full circle. He is now positioned as selfless rather than selfish, as he had been positioned throughout much of the chapter. He puts Tommy's life that he has built over his own emotional doubts, and accepts Tommy for the man that he now is, as opposed to only referring to him as the man he was. It's Joel finally accepting the responsibility that was given to him in Boston, finally taking steps to build an emotional connection with Ellie, showing that he is beginning to accept what happened to Sarah. It's symbolic of Joel finally ending the cycle of emotional neglect that he has had with Ellie since the adventure began, while also serving to set up where the adventure will end, with Tommy stating,
"There's a place for you here, you know."
With their connection now stronger than ever, Joel and Ellie depart for the University of Eastern Colorado. The university begins after another time jump. This is best illustrated by Joel having changed clothes, playing into a few of the key themes associated with fall, such as change and transition. The new clothes that Joel is bearing are blue, to represent that he has experienced inner change at the end of the previous chapter. He has accepted his role as Ellie's parental figure that is charged with protecting her and ensuring that she safely reaches the Fireflies, with Joel finally beginning to find a sense of peace within himself. He's on the path towards acceptance. Joel's change in attitude is illustrated in his interactions with Ellie in the opening of this chapter. In the early hours of the game, Joel is a rather silent character. He is in his shell and doesn't really want to acknowledge the many queries that Ellie prods him with. You don't get his commentary, because there is no empathy, he just accepts what is. As we enter these later portions of the game, Joel will actually comment on various parts of the environment, showing a little bit of empathy that was absent at earlier intervals, questioning his surroundings instead of accepting them. In the university chapter, Joel and Ellie are openly conversational. He doesn't just shut down a lot of the conversations that occur. He is genuinely making an effort, which is a major contrast to where he was in the quarantine zone. Some small talk that occurs between Joel and Ellie makes it very apparent that they have built healthy communication boundaries. This is very clear when they discuss Joel's life before the outbreak, how Joel became a parent at a young age. But this conversation gets too deep and Ellie quickly backs down, showcasing how far the communication between the two has come. Joel is now willing to discuss his past, but not in its entirety. The previous chapter had a major scene within it that utilized visual storytelling to convey this distance, whereas here we are drawing attention to how close they are, how things are going well for Joel and Ellie, and their relationship is getting better. The beginning portion of the university campus is designed in a manner that gives the player the illusion of choice in regards to exploration. There is a lot of area to cover, but ultimately a lot of the paths the player could take simply lead to dead ends, funneling the player onto a central path towards the Fireflies that we are expecting to find. Areas are very much designed in this manner in Part 1. Part 2 will evolve this, providing more options for the player to take advantage of, and select open spaces that can be explored. One of the key tricks the game uses to lure the player into a specific area is open doors, as is evidenced by this garage. The horse is one of the key aspects of traversal in this chapter, with it allowing the player to cover more ground quicker. After this chapter, it is only present in one other part of the game, before never being seen again. It's one of the more fun methods of traversal provided by The Last of Us, being used sparingly enough to be fondly looked upon. In the chapter's first enterable building, the player will acquire a new weapon, the second last new weapon in the game, the flamethrower. This is a weapon that is here purely because of how much work was put into the fire physics for this game. If you've done all that work, why only use it once? It can also be very useful at later points as bloaters become more apparent. When you use the weapon, you can feel a little weight to it that demonstrates its power. The infected will react to it being used upon them. It is a very powerful weapon, and the cost associated with this is that it chews through ammo very quickly, because having access to fire in any form in this game is extremely overpowered. There is a few levels of this building for the player to explore, with the most important area that the player is able to find being a lookout area. This was clearly used by the Fireflies, showing the player that they were here at this university at one point or another. There is a note that the player can read, detailing the various comings, goings, and disturbances that were monitored at the checkpoint. At first, this note gives the impression that everything is normal, before hinting at something more having occurred here at the university, with doctors having been marked as leaving but not returning, with the last log on this note being for the 20th of August. It gives the impression that the Fireflies may not actually be here anymore, giving the player their first hint that the adventure isn't going to be ending quite yet. In fact, we may have missed the Fireflies by a few months. In this chapter, we learn a lot about Joel and Ellie through their conversations. This is the first time that the player is made aware that Ellie has an obsession with space, as is illustrated by her desire to become an astronaut. This could be reflective of how she wishes to escape from reality. Astronauts can also represent hope and the possibility of aspiring to greater heights, two things which are heavily tied to Ellie as the cure for the cordyceps infection. whereas Joel wanted to become a singer, which is reflective of his journey to accept his own emotions and embrace his past. A career as a singer is a very emotional career as you pour yourself into every performance, tapping into a feeling to sympathize with other people, with sympathy being one of the core things that Joel relearns over the course of this journey. Upon reaching the center of the university, the player will notice a pack of monkeys running around the grounds. They will be stationary but run away as the player approaches. There's a reason these monkeys are running around that will become apparent much later in the sequence. It is in fact tied to the seeming lack of fireflies. The emptiness of this area is one of the things that immediately sticks out to the player. You're probably expecting this grandiose welcome from the fireflies, expecting to have run into someone at this point, not for the university to seemingly be abandoned. Instead, expecting this well-guarded area that illustrates its importance to the fireflies and mankind. It inherently defies the player's expectations, invoking curiosity and raising alarm bells in the mind of the player. Notes that the player may have stumbled upon on the way here make it very apparent that the fireflies were here, which makes it all the more eerie that they are nowhere to be found. Maybe the journey isn't over quite yet. The dorm rooms are terrifying because of the presence of a large amount of clickers and a bloater. The player is required to reach the end of the hallway, where there's a door. It's the same idea as the lower levels of the hotel, where the bloater is occupying a more narrow area that the player needs to cross in order to progress. However, what sets the dorms apart from the hotel is that the hallways are narrower, making it easier for the bloater to get near the player. However, there are nearby rooms that are linked together, providing a way for the player to potentially sneak past it undetected. The level of visibility is decreased for the player in the dorms, which adds to the feeling of uneasiness provided by this area. If you're trying to get all the firefly pendants, defeating this bloater is necessary. You have to defeat it to get all of them. This pendant, in a sense, informs the story of the game, providing a hint to the player that perhaps the fireflies became infected, or left because of the presence of infected so close to their lab. The dorm rooms allow the player to become aware of a story told through notes in the environment. It details the period after the outbreak, and what life was like for the students still living on campus. How horrifying it was for them to see people they were familiar with slowly becoming infected and roam the grounds, with many people being abandoned in areas such as this. The way that I overcame this area was to simply just run through quick enough to avoid all the enemies and obstacles that would prove to be a problem. A majority of the puzzles in the university chapter revolve around opening gates that are obstructing the player. Some of these require moving generators, while others simply require a jump start allowing the player to progress. To the player, the University of Eastern Colorado represents the journey seemingly coming to an end. There is a seeming sense of finality. Everything is going well. We've finally found where the fireflies are, right? As this game tends to do a lot, one of the characters comments on the environment, prompting the player on where they need to go. In this instance, Ellie makes the player aware that there's an open window nearby, but there's a gate in the way, obstructing the player from reaching it. How are we going to get through it and reach that window? The answer? Dumpster physics. The dumpster has always impressed me and will never not impress me with its utility. How it flows down the sloped hill and then crashes through that gate, providing an opening for the player. After a long journey, we have finally reached the Firefly Lab, but the lab only leaves the player with more questions than it does answers. Like, where are the fireflies? Why have they abandoned this lab? And the most important question that it sets in the mind of the player, how will they develop this cure? Two of these questions are answered in this very lab, with the latter question withheld until the end of the game. The game has done a lot of work in the background to build towards the conclusion and justify it to the player, such as establishing that the fungal infection spreads over the brain, and through the conversation about the needs of the many versus the needs of the few in Pittsburgh. The lab only becomes more concerning the deeper the player delves into it. In its opening areas, the lab is rather well maintained. It appears like there could still be people here. As you investigate the inner parts of the lab, it begins to fall into a greater level of disrepair, indicating that the fireflies were in a rush to get out of here for some reason. The various recorders the player can find as they explore the lab provide answers to the player about the fireflies, and why they may have abandoned this location. Recorders are a very uncommon form of storytelling utilized within the game. It's much easier to connect with a story told through audio than it is one told through notes and the environment. There is a degree of nuance that can be conveyed in line delivery that just isn't possible through notes. The first recorder begins to elaborate on why the Fireflies may have left the university. The Firefly is lamenting the idea that an upcoming meeting may see the Fireflies leave the lab, in part because of a growing concern over infected at the university. We've already witnessed that some members of the Fireflies had succumbed to the infection in the dorms. This recording very much plays into the expectations that the player had more than likely set for what this lab would be. This scientist very much reiterates the importance of this location to the Fireflies and their cause. There is years of research and a large amount of sensitive equipment tied to this singular location, which makes it all the more weird that it is seemingly abandoned, left to rot and gather dust. The second recorder follows the Firefly scientist as the group begin to pack up the lab. Without outright stating it to the player, it's made apparent that the meeting mentioned in the previous recording was about vacating the university, because of the growing number of infected. Where in the previous recording, we saw the scientist in the light of being annoyed. Here, we see him express a little bit of compassion and joy. He's interacting with some of the monkeys that were being used as test subjects. These monkeys, however, are infected. In a very human act, instead of following orders and putting the monkeys down, he instead opts to let them roam free. This is an action of compassion that is ultimately very costly, as it leads to the scientist becoming infected when he is bit by one. You get to experience the horror from within the scientist as he realizes what has just occurred. His compassion has led to him becoming infected. His journey effectively ends at this lab. It also answers why there were monkeys running around the university grounds. They were test subjects for the Fireflies that had been allowed to run free and roam the university. It's in the final room of this lab that you find the scientist's body, and a recording to go with it, where he expresses his regrets and laments that he has lost hope in the Fireflies, but alerts the player to where the Fireflies have gone, providing the player with their next goal, to find the Fireflies at St. Mary's Hospital in Salt Lake City. But before we're given much time to take this in, we're shot at. Who we're in conflict with is left nebulous for now. All we know is that we have to make it out of here. This section is very intense, as you weren't necessarily expecting a combat encounter to occur here. After all, the university was seemingly empty. Up to now, Joel has been portrayed as scrappy, but always finding a way to get out of the worst situations. He is dependable and the main source of protection for Ellie. This is all about to change, as the dynamic will soon flip, as the act of opening a door leads to one of the more tense moments in the game. Joel is overpowered, and his attempt to save himself leads to him getting impaled on a metal post that was just sitting there. Menacingly! What this sequence does an amazing job at is making the player feel vulnerable and weak. This is accomplished in a combination of different ways, such as blurring the screen with the sides occasionally going black, locking the player to a pistol, making it slower for the player to aim on the pistol, and decreasing the movement speed of the player. This section allows Ellie to take center stage. For the first time, you aren't the center of the action. You're mostly a spectator to it. It plays into the theme of change that is associated with fall, as now the player will transition to playing as Ellie in the next chapter. You can really feel and relate to the turmoil that Ellie is experiencing. It puts Ellie into this position where her survival is more important than her innocence, where she struggled with taking her first life in Pittsburgh. Here, she's not as concerned with the lives she's taking as she is Joel's safety. This serves as a transitional segment that passes the baton of playable character from Joel to Ellie, as now the player will transition to playing as Ellie in the next chapter. Making it back to the horse should have felt like this moment of relief. Instead, it serves to evoke nothing but panic, as Joel falls off the horse and passes out. As Ellie's greatest fear is realized, she's now all alone with no one to depend on but herself. It serves as a moment with a lot of tension on the side of the player, as they are left in nothing more than darkness to ponder what comes next, as the game transitions to winter. Before we move on to the winter sequence of the game, I want to quickly elaborate on why I'm not covering Left Behind in this video. left behind, while intended to occur in this section of the game, right between the university and the Lakeside Resort, I feel that if you play it straight away, it causes the winter sequence to lose a bit of its impact. In the aftermath of the university chapter, the player is left with a lot of questions. Chief among them is, how will Ellie tackle this situation? The entire game, she has had Joel to guide her and provide a sense of stability for her survival. Whereas now, she's all alone and has to just figure it out. If you play Left Behind immediately after the university ends, you're robbing yourself of the intended experience. There is no question about what she's going to do after Joel is injured because you get to experience that. And it showcases that David's group are still after them, which is meant to be this huge twist. I also feel that it hurts the pacing, causing the game to spin its wheels for a few hours, telling a story that, although important in fleshing out Ellie's backstory, is mostly irrelevant to the ongoing story, as any important details from Left Behind are also conveyed in the main game. Ultimately, I feel it is not necessary to experience until after finishing the story, as you are essentially robbing yourself of a major revelation like Riley's existence, the secret death kept from Joel and the player that begins Ellie's story. It also makes playing as Ellie feel a lot less special in this first entry when there's 6 more chapters of it. End rant, onto the Lakeside Resort chapter. The Lakeside Resort chapter begins after another time skip. The story has now transitioned to winter. Winter represents many different themes, such as isolation, which is evident by Ellie now being the playable character. She is effectively on her own, and will remain so for a majority of this chapter, separated from the support system that has ensured her survival up to this point. From the player's perspective, it's Ellie at her most vulnerable. As events unfold, the character is stress tested to see if she'll succumb to the world around her, or rise above it and emerge as a survivor, losing her innocence. There is only one other instance in this game where the player embodies a character that isn't Joel. This is in Hometown, when the player assumes the role of Sarah. A large portion of that section saw her isolated from Joel, alone in a house as the world began to end. This draws a parallel between Sarah and Ellie, as they are the only isolated playable characters that the player controls for a single chapter each. The Lakeside Resort chapter builds towards a reunion between Joel and Ellie. The Lakeside Resort embodies struggle and hardship, as Ellie is on the back foot and hunted for much of the chapter, isolated from Joel, which ultimately culminates in a heated struggle for survival, where she loses her innocence. The time jump in between the university and the beginning of this chapter allows the game to communicate to the player that Ellie has grown up in Joel's absence, granting her a degree of independence that has been absent from her journey thus far. We have witnessed this character's evolution from naive child to survivor, an evolution that is completed with this chapter, where it ultimately seeks to convey that Ellie is capable of surviving on her own. This is initially showcased to the player by having Ellie successfully hunt a rabbit in the chapter's introduction. It positions her as a survivor, just doing what she can to provide for herself. The death of this rabbit in the opening gameplay section is meant to illustrate one of the key themes of the Lakeside Resort chapter, the theme of survival. It is one that is recurring throughout the entirety of the story. With Joel injured, it puts more focus on Ellie, allowing the player to more effectively connect with her. The first goal presented to the player in this chapter is to hunt a deer, placing Ellie into the role of predator and the deer in the role of prey. This sequence conveys to the player that Ellie is competent, she is capable, and can effectively survive on her own, ideas which are all challenged later in the chapter. One of the first things that the player can do is examine the artifacts inside Ellie's backpack. Doing so can help the player get a bit deeper into her psychology, and perhaps hint at some events that will occur later in the story. There are 3 key objects that need to be discussed. These are the letter from Ellie's mother, the robot that Ellie stole back in Pittsburgh, and the photo of Joel and Sarah. The letter from Ellie's mother details Anna's lament that she won't be there to see Ellie grow, while offering advice for a life that will continue on without her. This letter effectively conveys that even from birth, Ellie has been a survivor, cursed to live on while others around her pass away. The key line to take away from this letter is, "Life is worth living. Find your purpose and fight for it." It's meant to express the beauty of life, and how important it is to find meaning in your own existence. Ellie's ability to define her purpose was effectively taken from her the day she was bitten. From that moment, her role became one of life giver. Her life becomes the means to return the world to a sense of normalcy, to save the human race from this nightmare. Ellie is thrust into this role. She doesn't choose it. It's the purpose that life provides for her which she dutifully takes on. This purpose is reiterated to her throughout the game. It's a duty that ultimately conflicts with one of the key messages of this letter. Life is worth living. There's been a recurring theme in The Last of Us, where various characters tell Ellie of the importance of her life, and how she needs to continue and fight for her survival. She needs to live. The purpose that Ellie found is tied to her life. Developing the cure will result in her death. To Ellie, being the cure for humanity is the meaning of her life, which makes for a more potent ending to the game when Ellie is unable to fulfill the purpose that she has designated for herself. The robot that Ellie stole for Sam represented innocence. In Pittsburgh, it was used to convey that he is being denied a childhood, being forced to grow up quicker than a child should need to, contrasting Ellie, who Joel was trying to protect, from growing up too quickly. Now, it only serves as a reminder of the last interaction between Ellie and Sam, a physical representation of her survivor's guilt. How she wishes things could have played out differently, an effective reminder of the sacrifices made on the journey so far, and how Ellie is cursed with immunity, forced to watch as others die from a cause she can never succumb to. Lastly, the photo of Joel and Sarah. This is the final thing required for Joel to accept the loss of his daughter, completing his transformation from a broken man surviving for no purpose greater than himself to a fulfilled man who has found something to live for. Accepting this photo is symbolic of Joel having moved on from Sarah, acknowledging the good and the bad experiences that he has lived through. That survival is about more than just living. This photo serves as a Chekhov's gun to the player, establishing that before this story is over, the opportunity will be presented to Joel to accept this photo again, and in contrast to his interaction with Tommy, he will accept it, communicating the positive impact Ellie has had on Joel's life. The entire idea of the Lakeside Resort chapter is to show that Ellie is more than capable to survive on her own, which is in contrast to the thoughts of the player throughout the previous chapters, where we have viewed her as a child who is in need of our protection. Ellie as a character plays in a very similar manner to Joel, with one exception. Ellie has a knife that makes her much more effective in stealth. She doesn't have the drawback of needing to rely on shivs like Joel. The trade-off to this is that the arsenal available to Ellie is much smaller. You only play as her in this one chapter of the game. The main difference, as expected, comes from how it feels to play as Ellie. She is naturally more nimble than Joel, but lacks his stature, which reflects in her animations. You can perceive how she struggles to take out an enemy. The deer sequence acts as a tutorial for playing as Ellie. It's a section that has always impressed me since first playing the game, especially the act of hunting the deer, a section which I'm certain inspired the opening of God of War 2018. At the time the original version of The Last of Us dropped, the deer was impressive. It was very uncommon for an AI-controlled enemy such as the deer to react to the player's actions. The deer reacts to the environment around you, and the noises that are created by the player. If it hears noise within its nearby environment, it will run away. If the player misses a shot, it will run away. If the deer is injured, it will run away, and even leave a trail of blood for the player to follow. The entire point of hunting the deer is to subvert the player's expectations and convey that Ellie is capable and has been all along. The act of hunting the deer leads to the introduction of David. The initial interaction with David is meant to endear him to the player, positioning him as a potential ally, as he seeks to trade with Ellie, offering her medicine in exchange for the deer, something that she desperately needs for Joel. Ellie is portrayed as being in control when they first meet. This is conveyed to the player by having her point the bow at him and give all the orders, such as,
I'm not following you anywhere.
And
I'll take that rifle.
All of which David complies with, which makes the player feel in charge. This interaction portrays how Ellie's naivety to the world has begun to disappear, and now she views it more for what it really is, as opposed to the idyllic dream that she longed for back in Boston. It's when the clickers appear that the player's expectations are subverted yet again, as the situation where we thought Ellie held all the power was merely subterfuge on David's part. The player was led to believe Ellie was in control because she took David's gun, a weapon that we perceived to be the only one in his possession. The appearance of a second weapon on David immediately signals that this character is untrustworthy. It shatters the trusting facade that he was attempting to build earlier, alerting the player that his motivations may not be as pure as they initially appeared. I feel that this combat sequence is very specifically placed. The player is too focused on Ellie's survival in this section to even think about the implications of David having that revolver. It's intentionally here to provide the player with a massive win before the realization of just how much danger Ellie is currently in. Surviving this infected horde provides the player with a brief moment of respite, a moment of victory to celebrate, that is shared between Ellie and her new companion. But the tone slowly shifts throughout the conversation. The trusting facade slowly drops as David finally reveals his intentions. David represents the worst aspects of humanity. Through this entire section, from the moment Ellie has met him, he has lied and manipulated her. He has had more knowledge than initially thought. It's revealed that the group Joel and Ellie fought in the university were part of David's group. David has a clear ulterior motive that the player will interpret is to end Joel and Ellie to get revenge. More on this later because it's worse than the player could have even thought. He used this initial trusting facade to gather information. David is a predator and he views Ellie as prey. It makes the player think they understand why David was initially so insistent that Ellie return to his camp. The creepy vibe that the player reads from David only becomes more apparent as the chapter progresses, and his actions become more deplorable. It is made even more clear to the player that Ellie was not the one in control of this situation. It was David. The level of control that he has is reinforced by him providing the medicine to Ellie, despite the reservations of James. This scene especially places a focus on fate. David believes that it was fate that brought Ellie to him in this very location. David was never really interested in the deer. From his perspective, the world has provided his next meal for him in the form of Joel and Ellie, and he salivates at the idea of toying with his food. As conveyed by the early interactions between David and Ellie, he underestimates what she is capable of, viewing her as the player once did, innocent, pure, and in need of protection. Ellie then makes her way back to a nearby cabin, where Joel is stored, finally revealing his fate to the player. He is alive, but unconscious. She's able to provide the medicine she has procured. Doubling back to how I described Ellie's purpose earlier as life giver, by providing the medicine to Joel, she effectively returns him to life. Not only has she provided a means to heal him emotionally, but now she has healed him physically. The act of providing this medicine to Joel immediately instills into the player that he is now a Chekhov's gun. By witnessing Joel being given this medicine, it sets an expectation that at some point in this chapter, he is going to wake up, save Ellie, and resolve this conflict, getting her out of the situation that is about to unfold. The next morning, Ellie awakes out of urgency. She's been tracked by David's community. They've found her base. Most importantly, they've found Joel, who is vulnerable. Ellie's love for Joel forces her hand, requiring her to abandon him and act as a distraction to lure the men away. In hopes of protecting Joel, she leaves his life in the hands of fate. This sequence provides a contrast to the beginning of the chapter. At the beginning, Ellie was engaging in the act of hunting. She was the predator. She was in control. Now, the dynamic is flipped. We are the prey being hunted. Ellie is no longer in control, and instead surrounded by chaos. The situation has escalated. This immediately places the player into a chase sequence. There are a few different aspects to this chapter from this point forward. The first being this chase sequence. It's designed in a way that funnels the player through a specific path. It accomplishes this through its placement of enemies. When Naughty Dog place an enemy in a specific position, it naturally dissuades the player from going towards that direction. The tension is kept high as there is a constant flow of enemies in the path of the player, and gunshots in the background. These keep the player on their feet, and focusing on the hazards ahead as opposed to behind. It keeps the player dependent on that horse for escape, which makes it all the more scary when it is killed. This is the first act that the game takes towards deconstructing Ellie in this chapter. Over the course of this area, the player is stripped of the various tools that provide Ellie with her ability to survive, until she is eventually left with nothing but sheer will to keep pushing forward. This is done to make the player feel progressively weaker and more vulnerable. This is first illustrated by the death of the horse. This death takes the player's main means of escape, forcing them on foot, escalating the situation even further. One thing that becomes apparent throughout this section is that David has some purpose for Ellie, because he has given his men strict orders not to kill her. We'll get a bit deeper into this slightly later. The death of the horse kicks off the second section, a stealth sequence. This stealth sequence is intended to make the player feel trapped. The remaining parts of this chapter are intended to put Ellie through the ringer. The second aspect is concluded with Ellie being captured by David. Upon awakening, Ellie is locked up in a cage like an animal, with emphasis being placed upon James, who is cutting up meat. It is made clear to the player that this group are cannibals. That piece of meat on the table across from us could eventually be Ellie if she doesn't escape quickly. It's when David enters the room with food that Ellie is placed into this hypocritical situation. Her first instinct is to call David an animal. Meanwhile, she is locked in a cage and eating food off the floor like one. David makes an effort to try and lure Ellie to his side and justify his own actions.
You kill to survive. And so do we. We have to take care of our own, by any means necessary.
The main difference here, of course, is the motive. Ellie and Joel do so in the name of defense and preserving their own life, whereas David and his community do it for more twisted reasons, to gather supplies to feed their community. To eat. It reinforces that this group represents the worst of humanity. This scene with David goes to portray that he takes a level of joy in this situation. Later on in the chapter, some of his men will even refer to Ellie as
"She's David's newest pet,"
which indicates that this exact scenario has occurred numerous times before, where a young individual is lured into the camp only to eventually be taken advantage of by David. The entire time we have interacted with David, there has been an air of uncomfortability that he brings forth. This escalates to a new level when he takes Ellie's hand. It is only now that the player truly begins to understand the depravity of David's intentions. He wants to engage in inappropriate acts. This only serves to make him more deplorable from the point of view of the player. He is an example of how power can be abused to inflict irreparable harm upon others. David is effectively the only true antagonist within The Last of Us. He is a character that defies the idea of shades of grey within this world, one that is pure evil and cannot be redeemed. It's how this is slowly revealed to the player that makes David a memorable villain that people love to hate. Ellie is very cunning and takes advantage of this situation to her benefit. She attempts to steal his keys and bites his hand to distract him. Yet again, this is another example of David underestimating Ellie just like the player once did. This action causes David's mask to slip, from caring and compassionate as he has tried to portray himself, to ominous, creepy, and foreboding. His worst traits are slowly becoming more apparent. The perspective then shifts back to Joel, beginning the third part of this sequence. As I mentioned earlier, this perspective shift is used to lure the player into believing that Joel enters the situation and swiftly resolves it, saving Ellie in the process, which makes it all the more surprising when it is subverted and Ellie saves herself. From the perspective of Joel, something is off from the moment he awakes. Ellie is gone, and it sets the player off in search of her. We are aware of information that Joel isn't, having just played as Ellie, and the level of urgency in finding her. The player is actively anticipating conflict to occur around every corner, but is initially lured into a false sense of security, having just experienced Ellie's escape in this very area. It is unexpected that everyone has seemingly left. The game withholds the combat sequence until it is least expected. This encounter is not very long. It has one purpose to the plot. It's utilized to showcase just how far Joel will go to protect that little girl, which is on full display to the player in the following scene.
What the...
You wait here. Now, the girl. Is she alive?
What girl? I don't know no girl.
Fuck! Focus right here, right here. I'll pop your goddamn knee off. The girl.
She's alive. She's David's newest pet.
Where?
In the town. In the town.
Now you're gonna mark it on the map. And it better be the same exact spot your buddy points to. Mark it.
It's right there. You can verify it. Go ask him. Go on. I tell you, I ain't lying. I ain't...
Fuck you, man. He told you what you wanted. I ain't telling you shit.
That's all right. I believe him.
No, wait!
This is Joel's worst fear on the verge of coming true. The scene of Joel brutally interrogating two of David's men is used to convey this to the player. From Tommy's dialogue in the Tommy's Dam chapter, we became aware that Joel engaged in some very unsavory acts to ensure the survival of himself and Tommy. This side of Joel that the player has heard about is on full display in this interrogation. Joel is going to lengths that we have heard about but not experienced, employing brutal interrogation tactics to achieve his goals, even murdering the two men in retribution after getting his answer. It's Joel revealing his monstrous nature that has been simmering beneath the surface, communicating that he will do whatever is necessary to save Ellie, showing that Joel found a reason to survive greater than himself. The music in this scene is only prevalent in one other section of the game, where the purpose is the exact same. For the remainder of this chapter, perspective switching will be used to keep the player on their feet, raising the tension each time, as Ellie's situation becomes more dire, while Joel's search becomes more desperate. When playing as Joel, you're trying to save Ellie from this situation, and find her as quickly as possible, following the aftermath of carnage that you've already experienced from her perspective. Whereas when playing as Ellie, you're focused on survival, and utilizing the various tools available as she becomes more vulnerable. When we pick up with Ellie again, the situation has escalated even further. Her survival is in jeopardy. In line with her being treated like an animal in the previous cutscene, she isn't being escorted gracefully, but instead forcefully, as if she is an animal, conveying her lack of control. This analogy goes even deeper, when she resorts to biting to try and free herself. David's calm demeanor is gone at this point, replaced by a sadistic man who takes a level of joy in murder and cannibalism. In an effort to save herself, Ellie reveals that she's infected. She uses this to play into the theme of fate. If destiny has brought her here, it also gave her that bite to allow her to escape in this very moment. She uses the chaos that this revelation brings to escape and collect her knife. The chapter begins with us hunting an animal to survive. This parallels the current situation that Ellie finds herself in. Now, we're the animal that is being hunted so that these men can survive. This brings the player to the fourth aspect of this area. Now, we are in control of Ellie again, with nothing available to use but a knife. As I mentioned previously, this is done in an effort to deconstruct Ellie, taking all the tools away from the player, leaving them with only the bare essentials, serving as a trial by fire for Ellie. This part of the game is meant to make the player feel overwhelmed and vulnerable. It serves to make the ending of this chapter all the more powerful. This section is made all the more challenging by the snowstorm that is occurring. It obscures the view of the player, making it harder to perceive enemies from long distances. But this is also something that the player can take advantage of, because it also obscures you, making it easier to escape and hide. The game leads the player to a restaurant. where the most terrifying sequence in the entire game occurs. It is essentially the game's only boss battle. There are no tools available to the player outside of a knife, the environment, and your own wits. Ellie is mercilessly hunted by David. He seeks the player out diligently, searching every corner. He has all the power in this environment, as he possesses a firearm and a machete. The entire restaurant is littered with broken plates that alert David to your location if you step on them. His presence is truly terrifying. This section merely requires the player to stick behind David 3 times before it ends. But it psychologically manipulates the player to a degree where you are apprehensive of approaching David. Every line spoken by him is chilling.
Come out, wherever you are. It's a shame you wouldn't come around.
If you lose track of him, he becomes this frightening presence that could be waiting around any corner. A part of what adds to the sense of intensity in this area are the flames slowly engulfing the restaurant in the background. Flames can have 2 types of meaning in media. The positive connotation is rebirth. Effectively, the conclusion of this chapter cements Ellie's loss of innocence. The naive girl that began the adventure effectively dies, and is reborn as a survivor that can take on the worst of humanity. The negative attributes of fire come in the form of destruction, chaos, and anger. It is an effective means to convey the pure chaos Ellie has set upon this community. The fire itself is at its most prevalent when Ellie releases her pent-up aggression on David at the end of their confrontation, as this is a transformative experience for the character. More on this slightly later. Sneaking behind him 3 times sees Ellie and David both lose consciousness in this burning restaurant, causing the player to switch perspectives to Joel, and enter the 5th aspect of this section. Now we as the player have a clear indication of where we need to go. When we find the burning building, we find Ellie. In contrast to Ellie, Joel is fully armed. It gives the player the feeling that they are taking control of this situation, establishing an image in the mind of the player that Joel is going to barge into that restaurant, find Ellie, and save her in a similar manner to how she saved Joel in Pittsburgh. Since the player understands the position that Ellie was left in, it makes it all the more urgent that we quickly find that restaurant. One of the more chilling parts of this slice is when Joel finds Ellie's backpack and the discoveries that this leads to. In very quick succession, he finds the backpack, a ledger detailing hauls of food, and seemingly other people that David's group have found and killed, as well as a series of bodies that are strung up, showcasing to Joel just how high the stakes are, serving to elevate his fears that something happens to Ellie and he is unable to save her. Exiting this freezer places the restaurant in line of sight. Joel is now in the position to save Ellie as the perspective switches yet again. The player awakes as Ellie. The game places emphasis on the machete that is right in front of you, the very same one that David has recently terrorized us with. The machete represents Ellie's only chance at survival. The player is only given limited control in this section, to showcase how drained Ellie has become. Now we are without even a knife to defend ourselves. The player is only made even more helpless by David, who will repeatedly kick Ellie as we approach the machete. He laments to Ellie,
I knew you had heart. You know, it's okay to give up.
He is still underestimating her ability to survive. He doesn't believe her to be capable of winning in this situation. He believes he's in control and has the upper hand. This is in contrast to what Ellie has been told by others throughout the game, that she needs to keep living, she needs to endure and survive. The further Ellie endures, the more deranged David becomes, leading him to get on top of her. There is a level of interpretation left up to the player in this scene. It is very apparent that one of David's intentions is to murder Ellie. David is clearly taking joy in the amount of control he has over Ellie, where one can interpret he is trying to force himself upon her. Based on the phrases that he uses towards Ellie, this is made very clear. The only way it could be made more apparent is if he outright stated it. This further emphasizes the no red lines approach to the story that Naughty Dog established in Hometown by killing Sarah. The player is actively expecting Joel to barge in at any moment, take control of the situation and save Ellie from David. But this doesn't happen. The only control the player has in this moment is to reach for the machete, and in an act of retribution that represents her loss of innocence, Ellie brutally murders David, proving that she can in fact survive on her own, and subverting the idea that this whole situation would be solved by Joel's intervention in a very satisfying way. Watching Ellie hack away at David is a very therapeutic and relieving experience that sees Ellie conquer the worst that humanity has to offer. She is enveloped in darkness to communicate just how traumatic this experience has been. It's only after Ellie has taken control of the situation that Joel enters the restaurant and tries to comfort her. For the first time in the game, Joel is there for Ellie and able to provide the emotional availability that she needs at this moment, pulling her out of the darkness and into the light. The player is left with nothing but the musical score, leaving the conversation between the two a mystery, a moment purely between Joel and Ellie that the player is not privy to. It allows the player to come to their own interpretation of what is said in the aftermath of one of the game's most traumatic moments. Any answer provided as to what is said will never measure up to the idea that the player has come up with. This is the first time in the game the player is given the impression that Joel has fully accepted Ellie as his daughter, as is evidenced when he calls Ellie just as he did to Sarah earlier in the game, drawing a connection back to the Tommy's Dam chapter when he stated,
"You're right. You're not my daughter. And I sure as hell ain't your dad."
The connection between these two scenes is further cemented by the fact that All Gone Reunion is the theme playing during both scenes, with the prior instance being a scene where Joel is emotionally distant from Ellie, with his primary goal to drive them apart and send her away with Tommy. Whereas here, the reunion brings the two characters closer together, where both embody the roles of father and child, with Ellie the character left emotionally distant in the aftermath, as this experience has left her changed. The framing of this scene is similar to one from Hometown at the beginning of the game, when Joel comforts Sarah. The ideas behind these scenes are very similar. It is a father comforting his daughter, picking up the pieces in a moment where they are vulnerable and shaken by the world around them. It effectively solidifies how far Joel has come as a person on this journey. Pittsburgh was about putting Joel up against the worst of humanity. This chapter is designed to parallel it. In Pittsburgh, Ellie was placed into that situation, with Joel as a support system to aid in her survival. Here, she is isolated from that support system, placing a test in front of her, pushing the character to her limits, to see if she'll conquer the obstacle, or if it will conquer her. One of the key connections that can be drawn is that in Pittsburgh, Ellie takes a life for the first time to save Joel. It's the beginning of her descent from naive child to survivor. Where Joel's fate was sealed without Ellie's intervention, Ellie's fate is crystallized by Joel's lack of intervention. Her journey into a capable survivor begins and ends in death. This chapter concludes that journey by communicating that even isolated from her support system and the various tools that enable her survival, Ellie will continue to endure and survive. The chapter ends with a close-up of the bloody machete, to showcase how far Ellie was willing to go in the name of survival, with this effectively concluding the arc she's been on up to this point. The game then fades to black, allowing the player to gather themselves and reflect on the traumatizing events they have just endured. In the aftermath of the Lakeside Resort, time has yet again skipped forward, with the season changing from winter to spring, and the player now almost at the end of their journey, having reached Salt Lake City where the Fireflies reside. The opening shot of the deer is rather symbolic, serving to convey the person that Ellie has now become, and the trauma she has endured a short time ago. The presence of the deer contrasts the giraffes that appear later in the chapter, where in that scene they are representative of innocence and bring out the person Ellie once was. Here, the game is actively trying to communicate the trauma inflicted upon Ellie, and how she will carry it for the rest of her life. The season of spring can represent many themes, but the most important of these is new beginnings. The idea of new beginnings is very apparent throughout this chapter, The player is led to believe the story will end when they reach the hospital. There is a sense of finality in the lead up to reaching this location, as Joel comes full circle with the death of Sarah, and the characters decide what comes after the journey is completed. The player is now put back into control of Joel. Similarly to the university chapter, his clothing is now blue, but there is no jacket. This communicates that he has let down his emotional barriers. He is now healed from the loss of Sarah. One thing that the player may quickly notice upon starting the chapter is that the dynamic between Joel and Ellie has flipped. Joel is now talkative. He's open about his thoughts with Ellie, whereas now Ellie is the one showcasing a bit of emotional unavailability. She's unusually quiet for a large portion of this chapter. It's meant to show that the events of the Lakeside resort really affected her, even if she isn't willing to outright say it. The two characters are now in completely different positions from when the adventure started in Boston. Joel's journey is one where he relearns the joys of being human, changing him for the better and becoming more like Ellie, while Ellie learns about the world outside of Boston and what it takes to survive. Being worn down by the world, becoming more reserved and fueled by anger like Joel. Another aspect that plays into this is how towards the beginning of the game, Joel has no regard for the various stories around him. When he interacts with artifacts, there's no empathy. He's not affected by what has occurred to the various people involved. It's Ellie who is the one that generally comments on these, asking things such as how could they do this, or what happened here. Whereas now, at the end of the game, when Joel is confronted with a family photo in an RV, he expresses a degree of empathy. It really shows how far he has come. Whereas Ellie, she's now changed by the world, and this journey has forced her to survive, which is why she now doesn't comment on this. She's become desensitized to what survival requires. In keeping with the theme of new beginnings, Joel will throughout the chapter mention to Ellie various things they should do after the Fireflies have created the cure, with the most major of these being teaching her how to play the guitar. Joel teaching Ellie how to play guitar would act as a symbol of their relationship. This is something that she would be able to partake in and would cause her to think of Joel. The guitar plays a much bigger role when discussing The Last of Us Part 2. On the highway, Ellie will eventually prompt the player and it causes her to open up a little bit to Joel.
I dreamt about flying the other night.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Go on, tell me about it.
So, I'm on this big plane full of people, and everyone is screaming and yelling because the plane's going down. So I walk to the cockpit, open the door, but there's no pilot. I try to use the controls, but I obviously have no clue how to fly a plane. And right before we crash, I wake up. I've never been on a plane. Isn't that weird?
Well, you know, dreams are weird.
I believe this dream to be a coping mechanism that her body is using to process what happened with David. The dream is portraying the lack of control she felt in that situation. The lack of a co-pilot is representing that Joel wasn't there to prevent this from happening. The act of waking up right before the plane crashes parallels Ellie's descent into violence during that scene, where she is essentially woken from this state by Joel in the aftermath. Reaching the end of the highway allows the player to glimpse St. Mary's Hospital. It will loom present in the background for large portions of this chapter. There is light shining on the hospital, which becomes even more ominous when we eventually reach the tunnel, and the hospital is the light at the end of the tunnel, a physical representation of one of the game's earlier lines.
Remember, when you're lost in the darkness, look for the light.
The looming presence of this hospital serves as a visual reminder for the player, communicating how close we are to the end of this journey that began in Boston. But the journey isn't over yet. We aren't able to just walk straight towards the hospital. Instead, we take a longer route, cutting through a bus station. In this bus station, we are granted another optional conversation with Ellie.
Everything all right?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah, you just kind of seem extra quiet today.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's not. It's fine.
It demonstrates how emotionally traumatic this journey has been for her. She wants nothing more than to sit in silence and collect herself. But instead, we force her to keep going, to move that ladder for us so we can reach the end. This brings us to one of the game's more important moments. For the first time in this chapter, Ellie has returned to the excitable teenager that we began the journey with. It leaves the player in confusion. What caused this sudden change in demeanor? The answer? Giraffes. It's a pure moment for the player. All other musical themes up to now have utilized harsher stringed instruments, such as banjos and guitars, whereas here, the theme uses a xylophone and a violin. This choice is made to provide the atmosphere that this is a gentle moment. It's much softer than the other themes in the game. Now I'm sure you're asking, what do the giraffes represent? Why giraffes? The giraffes represent that life moves on. Giraffes evolved to have long necks in order to adapt and survive, just as society has in the last 20 years in the world of The Last of Us. The entire game up to this point has shown that humanity has adapted in various different ways to survive, that life finds a way. Some of these are doomed to fail, like with David's group, while others are poised to succeed, like with Jackson. They serve to remind the player of one of the game's core themes, innocence. That's why Sarah has a stuffed giraffe in her room in the opening chapter. This journey proves that Ellie has what it takes to survive on her own, but that ultimately comes at the cost of her innocence. Seeing those giraffes for a moment allows Ellie to briefly remember the person she was at the start of this journey. The segment with the giraffes ends with a brief question from Joel.
So, is everything you were hoping for?
It's a question that calls back to a moment from earlier in Boston.
So is that everything you hoped for?
It allows Ellie and the player to reflect upon everything that we've been through on the way to that hospital. The player can stay and admire the giraffes for as long as they want, allowing the player to take in a moment of well-earned peace. When the player decides to stop admiring the giraffes, Joel unveils his reservations about seeing this through to the end.
We don't have to do this. You know that, right?
What's the other option?
Go back to Tommy's. Just be done with this whole damn thing.
After all we've been through. Everything that I've done. It can't be for nothing.
It really works to show how far Joel has come, from being reluctant to smuggle her in Boston to now not wanting the journey to end. He's worried about what comes after they reach that hospital, attempting to dissuade Ellie from completing the journey because he isn't ready to say goodbye. He's built an emotional connection with her and doesn't want this to go away. He isn't yet aware of the cost associated with developing the cure, but it serves to emotionally prepare the player for what's to come, seeding a conflict that takes center stage at the end of the game. Ellie has ascribed the purpose of savior and life giver to herself. She views it as her duty to see this through to the end, if not for herself, for everyone who sacrificed themselves along the way. It would make everything that was lost along the way on this journey, including Ellie's own innocence, a sacrifice with a purpose. Ellie believes being the cure is her only purpose. It's what she ascribes her self-worth to. Ellie is taking on the voice of the player in this conversation. Don't make everything I have done to get here a waste of time. It places the player into a position to question Joel's motives, as he is now opposed to what the player has spent the entire adventure trying to achieve. It leaves the player with one piece of foreshadowing for what's to come.
Well, I ain't leaving without you. So let's go wrap this up.
A subtle hint to the player about the carnage that will unfold in the following chapter. Following the path set out for the player leads to an old encampment that was common immediately after the outbreak. Joel reflects on how he found himself in a similar one. For the second time in the game, Ellie brings up Sarah, and instead of being met with anger and vitriol, she's greeted by acceptance. It shows that Joel is now more open about his past. He's no longer ignoring it, and has accepted it's a part of him. There's nothing more symbolic of this than when Ellie finally hands him the photo of Sarah, and he accepts it.
No matter how hard you try, I guess you can't escape your past. Thank you.
Unlike in Jackson when he rejected it.
I'm good.
You sure? I mean,
I said I'm good.
Joel accepting the photo from Ellie specifically is meant to show how she helped him process this grief. Accepting the photo further cements that Joel now views Ellie as his daughter. The last hurdle in the way of the player reaching St. Mary's Hospital is a very dark tunnel that emits a light at the end where the hospital is. St. Mary's Hospital is quite literally the light at the end of the tunnel, as this is the final challenge in front of the player to reach their goal. As a result, it's made a bit more difficult on purpose, filling the tunnel with every obstacle we have confronted thus far, forcing the player to use the skills that have been built up to this point to reach the light at the end of the tunnel. This bus is purposefully placed to mark the end of the combat area, requiring the player to boost Ellie to ensure access for Joel. What this means is the general design of the tunnel is similar in nature to the train station from the Outskirts chapter, where if the player is detected, you're unable to progress until clearing the enemies. You can sneak all the way to the back if you are really careful, but more than likely you will be engaging in a fair amount of combat in this area. It is highly recommended to conserve as many resources as you can for the next chapter. The deeper the player delves into the tunnel, the more unsafe and structurally compromised it becomes. I believe the tunnel manages to effectively build towards the reintroduction of the Fireflies, building anticipation for our arrival at the hospital and the completion of the journey. The player is expecting to physically reach the hospital and walk up to it, to reunite with the Fireflies and be welcomed like a hero. This expectation, however, is subverted. Unstable environments are an aspect that have been rarely utilized in this game. The player has been lured into this false sense of security that these structures that are actively left to rot will generally be safe to use, which makes it all the more surprising when the environment turns on the player, trapping Joel within the bus. Ellie attempts to free Joel and help him out of this predicament, but only endangers herself and almost drowns. The following scene where Joel performs CPR mirrors a scene from Hometown. The shot composition is similar. It serves to reintroduce the Fireflies and draw another parallel between the Fireflies and Fedra, conveying to the player that perhaps the two groups are more similar than they first appeared. For most of the game, the only real Firefly we have interacted with is Marlene, who would best embody the ideals of the Fireflies. This is effectively our first physical introduction to what the Fireflies really are, instead of the idealized depiction of what they are trying to achieve and the collective ideals that they stand for. From Joel's perspective, he is reliving the death of Sarah again. He's not focused on the guns in front of him, but instead saving the woman he has come to see as a daughter. But before Joel can save her, he's knocked out. From a first-time player's perspective, this scene has a degree of urgency. The player isn't aware yet that these are the Fireflies. It leaves the player with more questions than answers as the plot heads towards its climax. In a mirror to the beginning of the game, the Firefly Lab begins with Joel awaking in St. Mary's Hospital, where he is greeted by Marlene. The first thing Joel does is ask about Ellie, the key question on the mind of the player, conveying that Joel is in the mindset of a father. The entire game up to now has trained the player to think like a father, to worry and care about Ellie, to fight and reach this hospital. The first and foremost priority is Ellie's safety. Marlene makes it clear that Ellie is safe, and as such, any worry from the player quickly dissipates. Then, the topic of fate is brought up again. It's Ellie's fate to be the cure that saves humanity. It was fate that guided us across the country. It was fate that we encountered the Fireflies in the tunnel. And it's fate that they saved Ellie's life. Fate has led Joel to this hospital, to this very moment. When Marlene states,
"You don't have to worry about her anymore,"
this is Joel's fear coming true. He's completed the job given to him in Boston, and is no longer needed. He is now without purpose, fearful that he will never see Ellie again, and that Marlene is going to replace him. Then comes the twist. The reason we can't see Ellie is that she's being prepped for surgery. A surgery that will lead to her death, and the return of normality to this violent world. A surgery that, if given the choice, Ellie would consent to. She has made it abundantly clear that this is what she wants. She wants to fulfill her purpose. In this moment, control is taken away from Joel. The decision has already been made. There is a lot of callbacks in this scene to Tommy's Dam and even Pittsburgh. The main callback for Tommy's Dam is Marlene stating to Joel,
"But whatever it is you think you're going through right now is nothing to what I have been through."
Which the player can draw a connection with to Joel stating to Ellie,
"You have no idea what loss is."
It draws a very clean parallel between Joel and Marlene. Ellie represents hope, and both characters have differing ideas about what to do with that hope. Joel wants to hold on to that hope and keep it for himself, allowing Ellie to experience life and understand what it is that she'd have given up. He must face the thought of losing yet another child. Letting go would complete his arc and bring the character full circle. To Joel, Ellie represents hope that his world can be made better by having her in it. The cure reveal sees his whole world ripped away from him in an instant. This predicament is made even more beautiful because the player is left blissfully unaware of what getting the cure entails for the entire game. All the pieces for this reveal have been present throughout the journey. The player's mind may be drawn back to a discussion in Pittsburgh that served as a piece of foreshadowing for this chapter.
What happened here? Your fellow hunters do this?
Cute. And no, my money's on the military.
Why would they mow down all these people?
You can't let everyone in.
So they killed them?
And dead people don't get infected. You sacrifice the few to save the many.
It's kind of shitty.
Yeah.
Where Joel and Ellie discussed the needs of the many versus the needs of the few. A discussion that very effectively hinted at this very moment, and how it would play out. Joel embodies the protective instinct of a parent, and by the time we have reached the hospital, the player is also in this mindset, having spent hours becoming immersed in this world, and coming to care for the character of Ellie. This chapter seeks to restate to the player that there is no good or evil in the world of The Last of Us. There are instead shades of grey and nuance to the actions of these characters. Good people can engage in bad actions, and bad people good actions. The act of saving Ellie would in most instances be considered selfless. However, in The Last of Us, it is instead presented as a selfish action, one that negatively impacts the entire world and is opposed to what Ellie really wants. She would want to die on that operating table and fulfill her purpose, to know that her life had meaning, that all the sacrifices made to reach the hospital were worth it. If Joel were to let this occur, it would be the completion of his arc. Being faced with the choice of letting go and following through would complete his journey to being selfless. But it's the fact that Joel is ultimately unable to let go that cements him as three-dimensional. It makes the character feel more human. The player effectively understands what he is going through and can easily relate. When he decides to save Ellie, it is character regression. A selfish decision that the player will more than likely agree with or be horrified by. A decision that brings him closer to how he was in Boston towards the beginning of the story. From the perspective of the Fireflies, Ellie needs to die for the greater good. Her death makes all the sacrifices that have occurred since Outbreak Day worth it. It draws an effective parallel between Ellie and Marlene, as these are two characters who found their purpose and had to fight for it. Marlene has known Ellie since she was born. Giving the okay for the surgery was not an easy decision to make. The tragic culmination of everything Marlene and the Fireflies had been fighting for. Both Ellie and Marlene go against the wishes of Anna. Marlene made a promise to look out for Ellie and protect her, yet ushers her towards her death by giving the okay for the surgery. The first recording of Marlene sees her justify her actions, to not just Anna, but the player. With the reveal of the cure coming at the cost of Ellie's life, the entire adventure is reframed. In a similar fashion to Marlene, Joel also ushered Ellie towards her death, by delivering her to the Fireflies. Joel and Ellie trek across the country, and in the process, Joel begins to regain all that he had lost. His relationship with his brother, a home, and a family. While, as revealed by her diary, Marlene's journey across the country saw her continually losing more and more. The outpost at the University of Eastern Colorado, many of her fellow Fireflies, and now her surrogate daughter. The journal allows the player to delve further into Marlene's thoughts than can be conveyed through a cutscene. It details her struggles with leadership, after finding out that Ellie never made it to the hospital, how she feels like a failure, carrying many regrets from how Boston was handled. Both the diary and the recorder serve to humanize Marlene. She finally attains one win in a sea of losses when she becomes aware that Ellie is still alive and Joel has delivered her all the way to Salt Lake City. A moment of relief that is immediately soured by the reveal that the closest thing Marlene has to family will lose her life for the cure. In the process of developing this cure, Marlene has lost everything, which is why she fights so hard to see this through to fruition. Joel is the only other person who could possibly understand what she was going through. It creates a dynamic where one accepts what needs to happen to save the world, while the other knows it can't to save his world. Marlene puts duty before love, while Joel places love before duty. It's illustrated in such a way that it's understandable to fall on either side of the argument. The player has built up an attachment to Ellie, which makes it easy to justify what happens next. Marlene orders a Firefly to escort Joel out of the hospital. Her final words to him in this encounter:
"Don't waste this gift, Joel."
Think back to the start of the game. The story begins with a gift, the watch that Sarah gave to Joel, the one that was quickly damaged. A wasted gift. Joel will take these words to heart. She has given him his survival. Survival, which just like the rest of the adventure, Joel will expend to save and protect Ellie. Yet again, playing into the theme of fate, the Firefly openly wants a confrontation with Joel, but gives him a fighting chance. Joel uses this to his advantage, and tortures the Firefly for Ellie's location, providing the player with their final goal: reach the far end of the top floor and save Ellie. This serves to show that Joel isn't playing around. The Fireflies are now after us, and this gives control back to the player. St. Mary's Hospital is arguably the hardest part of the game. Everyone is heavily armed. The best way to approach this section is slowly, methodically, and stealthily. Their main advantage is numbers. There are a lot of Fireflies for the player to avoid. The Fireflies are all that stand between the player and saving Ellie. If the tunnel served as the last major test for everything that the player has learned about the infected, the hospital serves the same purpose but for the human characters. Everyone is actively searching for Joel. All enemies have searchlights. It really tests the skills the player has learned on this journey. To make things a little easier, the player can find one final weapon, an assault rifle. The recoil on it is intense, which makes it really hard to use. The hospital is also the only section where this weapon is available to the player during the game. It's for the best that it's confined to this area as it clashes with what the gameplay of The Last of Us is about. The gameplay is about brutality and precision. The assault rifle is clumsy and imprecise. It and the flamethrower are the two weapons that feel like they clash with this philosophy. Outside the operating room, the hallway is draped in darkness, except for the area around the door, which sits beside a Firefly symbol. The Firefly symbol is here because it portrays that inside the operating room is hope. A dream that humanity can wake from this nightmare. A dream that we're about to end. Entering the operating room puts Joel in conflict with the surgeon and his staff. The player is meant to feel like a monster throughout the hospital. We are effectively killing hope in this world, dooming it to continue in this state. It's meant to convey a sense of regression from Joel. We spent the entire game watching Joel come to terms with loss, only for him to become so attached to Ellie that he can't imagine a world without her. One choice lies between the player and rescuing Ellie. Do we shoot the surgeon? The choice is forced on the player. You must shoot the surgeon. The accompanying staff are optional, but the surgeon isn't. Forcing this choice onto the player is a beautiful decision, which can elicit one of two emotions. The player will either justify it as it was necessary to save Ellie, or feel disgusted by it as it's going against her wishes. The series of hallways that the player runs through serve to offer a reflective moment. A moment to revel in victory, or regret for actions taken. The hospital is meant to be divisive. It's intended to mirror the section from the hometown chapter when the player is initially given control of Joel. In that moment, the player felt helpless as they were unable to protect themselves. Here, the intention is similar. The player is made to feel vulnerable as the only available action is to run, while the Fireflies seek to prevent Joel from escaping. There are 3 key pieces of this sequence that create a sense of urgency. Firstly, the red lighting. It emits an atmosphere of danger that the player must actively avoid, making them question what lies around every corner. Secondly, the alarm blaring in the background. It elicits a feeling that every available Firefly is coming after Joel in this moment. Thirdly, all gone, no escape. The musical theme utilizes a violin. The violin is a rather versatile instrument, in that it can convey both joy and sorrow within the same piece of music. The slow nature of the theme evokes this feeling. It leaves the player questioning if Joel will successfully escape the hospital, creating a powerful moment of relief when Joel finally reaches the elevator and the theme dissipates. The last thing that lies in the way of the player before leaving the hospital is Marlene. She attempts to de-escalate the situation and make Joel see reason. This is what Ellie wants. She would want to fulfill her purpose and provide hope to the world, that she would prefer this than having to worry about survival every day for the rest of her life. Yet again, the topic of fate comes up. Ellie's fate isn't Marlene's to decide, because now that's in Joel's hands. Fate led him to this moment, to this decision. The game then skips the resolution of this scene, and we cut to Joel driving away. The player isn't immediately made aware of Ellie's fate. It leaves room for the player to believe that perhaps Joel has done the right thing in the end, only to reveal that Ellie is in the back seat. Now, the player gets to bear witness to how Joel justifies his actions in the hospital to Ellie. They've established an emotional connection built on openness and honesty throughout the game. Maybe he'll tell her the truth. Instead, Joel lies to her, tells her what he thinks she'll believe. She isn't special, there's other immune people out there. He denied Ellie her purpose and then lied to her about it. In fact, they even stopped looking for a cure. He has effectively told Ellie that everything she experienced on this journey to survive was not worth it. This scene is intended to showcase that Joel is not a good person. He committed mass murder to save Ellie, something that she wouldn't have wanted to happen. Joel did this because he couldn't bear the thought of losing another child. Like Joel, the player also feels protective of Ellie. The game has trained the player to utilize their protective instincts while escorting Ellie across the country, and as such, you have become attached to this character. Joel murdered Marlene so he could continue to live the idyllic life he imagined with Ellie, cementing his place as her parental figure. Both Joel and the Fireflies rob Ellie of her autonomy. The Fireflies put her straight into surgery while she was passed out. No consent is gathered there, but based upon the conversation between Joel and Ellie after the giraffes, she would have consented. Joel murdering the Fireflies and taking Ellie is a representation of him stealing hope. It's a choice that makes the character human. In regard to the vaccine that the Fireflies were going to develop, there is a series of questions that one can ask as to its application. Neil Druckmann has stated that Ellie's death was guaranteed to result in a working vaccine. I would argue the vaccine now suffers from death of the author. Death of the author is an idea in literature that once a piece of media is put out into the world, its meaning is decided by the audience. Anything that the author states afterwards about their intentions, if not part of the original text, is meaningless. It's not explicitly stated in The Last of Us that Ellie's death results in a successful vaccine, just that her death can lead to one being created. The surgeon would be left with a limited amount of material that could be used to research the creation of a vaccine. In the event that a vaccine was created, who's to say that the Fireflies wouldn't weaponize it to achieve their goals, even use it as a bargaining chip to ensure their rule over Fedra, the return of democracy over authoritarian rule. The Fireflies, by the end of the game, are in such a limited number that how they would distribute it becomes a big question. Getting past distribution, you then have to convince the very fractured society of this world that the cure isn't a hoax. People in The Last of Us have been conditioned to believe that it's very hard to trust anyone, in part because of the violent nature that many have resorted to for survival. There is very little trust between people and even less trust for groups and institutions. I'm not entirely sure that the society presented within the game would entirely be receptive to the cure. The cure's introduction would create just as much conflict as it would restoration. As was evident from the game, there are groups that take joy in the violent nature of this world. They wouldn't voluntarily just revert back to how things were pre-infection. There would be just as much work ahead for the Fireflies post-cure as there was pre-cure, because it doesn't resolve the problems that remain with society itself post-infection. The Firefly Lab serves as an effective conclusion to the cure storyline that kicked off in Boston. One that leaves the player with just as many questions as it does answers, leaving the player to ponder what comes next for Joel and Ellie, and how their relationship will progress from here. The Jackson chapter is the final section of the game, and begins a few days after the end of the previous cutscene, with an emphasis placed upon Ellie as she ponders the bite on her arm. Now, the bite is serving to show that Ellie is thinking about her role as Hope, the cure for humanity and the purpose that she was just denied, and told meant nothing. The music that plays in the background merges the stringed instruments that have permeated the game up to this point, with the soft sounds of the xylophone from the Bus Depot chapter, contrasting the harsh reality of what has just occurred and a sense of wonder for what comes next at Jackson. It helps build the growing tension that the player can observe between the two, until we are eventually left with nothing but the sounds of nature as Ellie seeks answers from Joel. As the player enters the end of the game, Ellie is portrayed as mostly silent and unresponsive to Joel's attempts at conversation. It indicates that Ellie has a lot on her mind, and demonstrates the growing distance between the two. For the first time in the game, Joel openly talks fondly about his memories with Sarah. It conveys a level of acceptance over that chapter of his life, which had been missing for much of the game. But now, Joel and Ellie are in opposite places to where they began the adventure. Joel is openly talkative, while Ellie is silent and lost in thought. It demonstrates how this journey has changed her. The innocence that she once possessed is now gone. Survival has taken its toll, whereas Joel has walked back from the abyss that he lived in for many years. Now a more open person, although still a monster. We experience this chapter from Ellie's perspective, as she embodies the player. At this point, you're feeling a lot of the same emotions as Ellie is experiencing. It is as the player approaches Jackson that we begin to understand the beginning of the story.
Hey, wait. Back in Boston? Back when I was bitten? I wasn't alone. My best friend was there. And she got bit too. We didn't know what to do. So, she says, let's just wait it out. You know, we can be all poetic and just lose our minds together. I'm still waiting for my turn.
Ellie.
Her name was Riley, and she was the first to die. And then it was Tess. And then Sam.
The reveal of Riley's existence as the secret death that kicks off the adventure allows the player to rethink every interaction between Joel and Ellie up to this point. It turns the story from a little girl helping a man deal with unresolved grief to two individuals struggling with grief and trying to process it together in very different ways. It serves to cement Ellie's existence as one of tragedy, where she is perpetually doomed to wait for her turn that will never come, as she watches others succumb to a cause that she never can. She has been a survivor since her birth when she outlived her mother, and will continue to be for the rest of her existence. This is Ellie in a moment of vulnerability with Joel. She discusses her survivor's guilt, that has tormented her in the background throughout the whole game, which briefly came up in the Tommy's Dam and Lakeside Resort chapters. She reveals this truth to him in hopes that it will lead to a truthful answer when she asks about the fireflies.
None of that is on you.
You don't understand.
I struggled for a long time with surviving. And you... no matter what, you keep finding something to fight for.
Joel's initial response hammers home what the game has been trying to say about survival. That life is about more than simply living. It is about purpose, and finding meaning in how you choose to live your life. Notice that in this scene, Joel touches the watch to indicate he's thinking about Sarah, and how that's something to fight for that he found is Ellie. She uses this opportunity to express her survivor's guilt. This conversation serves as a reminder to remember all the losses that led to the hospital, to Ellie fulfilling her purpose, leading to the end of the game. One last moment for the player to think about and ponder. To this end, Ellie finally reveals what's really been on her mind.
Swear to me. Swear to me that everything that you've said about the fireflies is true.
I swear.
Okay.
We, the audience, know what really happened. It puts into question if Ellie believes Joel's recounting of events. She is obviously having doubts about what occurred at the hospital, with this moment cementing the future of their relationship. Joel doubles down and lies yet again to Ellie. It leaves the player with a key question. Did she really believe Joel? The game, ending with this question, leaves it open-ended, leaving the player in a moment where they can come to their own interpretation as to what comes next. From this point forward, all honesty between the two is gone. The relationship is forever changed, leaving the secret of what really happened at the hospital to forever hang over their dynamic. The use of music in this scene is phenomenal. The player is left with nothing but the sounds of nature in the background initially for much of this conversation, placing all the emphasis on the question boiling beneath the surface that the player is waiting for. It's only when Ellie confronts Joel for the truth that the music kicks in. The intensity of the stringed instrument helps build an atmosphere of tension as the player anticipates Joel's answer and Ellie's response. I like to believe that she knew Joel was lying. The act of accepting the lie portrays how the world has changed Ellie. Her going along with the lie is the final step that she takes towards losing her innocence. After having been exposed to the horrors of the world and what it entails, she chooses to live in naivety with Joel and accept the reality she is presented with, truth or not. And on that note, the story of The Last of Us comes to its conclusion, leaving the player to ponder the future of Joel and Ellie. With the journey now completed, we come full circle back to the window at which the journey began. But now, as a symbolic gesture that the adventure is over, Ellie's knife leans upon the window, indicating that the hero has returned home, now changed by their travels, ready to apply the lessons learnt on this journey into creating a better world, echoing the hero's journey. The Last of Us is, in my opinion, one of the greatest stories ever told in gaming, with a level of depth in every corner of its story that conveys this, layered in symbolism at every turn for the player to interpret. A game with a clear message that it wishes to impart to the audience, and themes that it wishes to meaningfully convey. The Last of Us leaves the player wanting more, with this first game being a great standalone experience that didn't necessarily demand a follow-up. This video began as what I thought would be a quick project to test some new equipment. The first video I made on The Last of Us I was happy with at the time. It was the biggest video I had made up to that point. But as my capabilities began to grow, I would look back upon it and think, I can do this so much better now. I ended up having so much left to say about the game. I can say now I'm very happy with how this has turned out. I managed to dive into so many aspects of gameplay, world design, and the story that I managed to miss on the first go around. As far as I'm concerned, this is my last word on the first entry in this series, and I am now very eager to tackle part 2. because I have a lot to say about that game, its symbolism, and how the story is structured. If you have watched the video this far, thank you for your time. I really appreciate you sticking to the end. If you enjoyed the video, be sure to subscribe and stay tuned for when I drop videos on Left Behind and The Last of Us Part 2.